Greetings, everybody, and welcome along to the Autódromo Jose Carlos Pache for the last time in 2025. Porsche Carrera Cup Brazil and Sprint Challenge Brazil will take on the might of an endurance challenge. And this time it's 500 kilometers, 117 laps, or 4 hours and 15 minutes, whichever happens first. I'm Jake Sanson. Beside me in the commentary booth is Alex Goldschmidt, and we are preparing to witness what will happen when Marcel Muller and Felipe Fraga go for the hat-trick. The drivers are sent off on their formation lap, and we are set for 4 hours of non-stop drama and intrigue. The competitors working their way around the course will give you the full rundown of the 41-car starting grid very shortly indeed. But the atmosphere is electric here at Interlagos. Looking at the fans in the stands, it goes from turn 1 all the way back to the bleachers on the run to the start-finish line. It is almost like a Formula One weekend here at Interlagos. Here is the starting grid in full. Marcel Muller and Felipe Fraga on the pole, from Christian Hahn and Felipe Batista alongside. Row 2 of the starting grid, Francisco Horta and William Frere alongside the trio, Nelson Montero, Thiago Camilo and Caio Chavez. Second row of the starting grid for Alcifel Manito and Gabriel Casagrancha alongside Roman Zimkovic, Nelson Piquet Jr. and their third man in, Marco Regadas. Then we've got Miguel Paludo and Alan Helmeister. Miguel Paludo, of course, the new champion. Pedro Bozel and Enzo Fittipaldi, two big names from the world of motorsport. Cabarato and Matias Ferreira, alongside the Barrichellos, father and son, Rubens and FIFO. And Esteban Malucelli and Marcos Gomez, Alce Feldman and Guillermo Salas back in the Tag Heuer car. Lino Perez and Beto Gressa, alongside Christian Moore, Enzo Elias and Andre Rosario. Rodrigo Melo and Caio Collet, then Lucas Salas and Rafael Suzuki. On the 9th row of the grid, it'll be a very interesting pair. It's Silvio Modestoni and Jeff Chiesi, alongside Marco Bazzani and Renan Guerra, the first two rookie cars in the field. Rounding out the top 20, Bruno Campos and Nicolas Costa, with Peter Vetter and Diego Nunez in the top 20. The second half of the grid, led by Carlos Campos and Thiago Vavacqua, Yosemar Junior and Sergio De Mayo in the number 27. Next row of the grid, Marcelo Hahn and Ayam Cordier, with the celebrity in the grid, Michael Fassbender, the Hollywood actor, beside Max Wilson. Leonardo Sanchez, Rafael Martins and Luis Trevisan are alongside Eric Santos and Gabriel Horber. Then in 27th and 28th of the grid, it's going to be an interesting charge through the field from Marco Billy and Gaetano De Moro, with Vanya Pontes and Rafael Reis. Next up on the 15th row of the starting grid, Flavio Champel, Matias Roque and Edu Guedes, alongside the leading challenge contenders, Sarah Kleiter and Fabio Carboni. So nearly a first female pole position of the season in the challenge competition. Cecilia De Bello and Pietro Urbano had to settle for second. Daniel Newman and Gustavo Bandera, the leading rookies, right in behind them. Then the next positions of the grid taken up by Jose Morenito and Matias Iorio, with Piero Cifali, Andre Begantini and Pedro Aguar in 34th on the grid. Caio Castro and Danilo Dorani alongside Leonardo Herman and Vitor Batista, back in their original race car. Rafa Brocchi and Vitor Gens alongside father and son, Carlos Ruiz and Carlos Ruiz Jr. The final full row of the grid, 39th on the starting grid and 40th, Luis Souza and Bruno Bonifacio in one, and Claudio Reno and Joao Gonçalves in the other. And bringing up the rear of the field in 41st position, it's the 37 of Andrei Gadzinski and the rock star of the field, Ricardo Mauricio. 41 amazing Porsche machines, either the 992 or the 991.2, depending on whether it's Carrera Cup or Challenge. And Alex Goldschmidt, it is a perfect November day. It may be a little bit cooler than usual, but it's wonderful to see a bone-dry condition, completely opposite to the same time last year when it was cloudy and overcast throughout. The fans are in the stands, there's not a cloud to spoil the view, and it's going to be a mega 4 hours of racing.
Especially with the fact we've got 20,000 plus horsepower on this grid combined. But I mean, the who's who of not just Brazilian motorsport, but also a nice little present that Michael Fassbender got yesterday. He had a new race helmet with a Magneto visage on the front and then the Irish flag on the top. But, you know, there's nothing like the sound of a flat six boxer engine, because when this field rumbles and then roars its way into the center S's for the first of 117 laps, these 500 kilometers are going to go by very, very quickly indeed. But of course, pit stop strategy Potential incidents could happen, but when you've got this amount of drivers, over 85 drivers making up this 41 grid field, I really cannot wait. I've got Gänsehaut, as the Germans would say. I've got goosebumps right now.
So we're going to bring it up to the starting line, out of the bleachers. It's time to go to battle for the last time in 2025. Will it be a hat-trick in fantastic fashion for Marcel Muller and Felipe Fraga, or can somebody else bring this victory to the dais? 41 Porsches charging for turn 1 at Interlagos. Get ready for the last time. We're racing at Interlagos. And it's a great start from Hahn, who's going to try and bring this right round the outside of Marcel Muller. 3 wide after a hard charge into the first corner from Marcos Regadas, but he drifts out wide and tucks back in. And Christian Hahn has got the move early doors on Marcel Muller. A fantastic start from the Blau Motorsport car, the number 26, as Christian Hahn charges down the back straight, and he's in front of Marcel Muller. What a launch!
Yeah, Francisco Horta running out P3, but it looks like Aseo Felmaneto up the inside of Carlos Chavez through into the Ciro de Lago as they go down the hill for the first time. So a lot of changes. Bozel past Hellmeister for 7th. Perez past Feldman Senior up to 12th. Salas past Mello in the number 29 car rounds out the top 15. Michael Fassbender has started in the number 93 car alongside stalwart from Brazil, who was also born in Germany, in Hamburg. Max Wilson has dropped a couple of places early, but there is so much action going on here, folks, as we see Feful Barrichello to the outside of Mateus Camparato, the 18-year-old, who has been one of the 12 drivers from around the world that could get the Porsche Works Junior, but there's been a big incident, and that's the number 23.
Oh, Rebello has collided with Leonardo Herman. Let's see what happens. Herman just got a little bit too eager and has already gone straight into the side of Cecilia Rebello. Oh, that is disastrous. Herman had just had that car repaired, and Cecilia de Bello was, of course, gunning for the pole position yesterday. But it's all ended in tears for Cecilia de Bello before the first lap is even completed. That could end up being a safety car. For now, it's Hahn from Muller, Horta, Felmanito, Chavez, Regadas, Hellmeister, Bozel, Camparato, and Vivo Barrichello as they run down the back straight into the second lap. But what heartbreak for Cecilia de Bello, who was such a stunner in the race yesterday. She manages to limp back onto the circuit, but whether they'll be able to continue after that hefty an impact or not.
No.
She's got a rear puncture for sure. As up the inside, Paludo almost comes into contact there. Sorry, Hellmeister going for the move on Regadas, and they almost touch.
Yeah, it looks like the 98, that's going to have left suspension damage, Jake, because the tie rod on the back end was pointing the wheel outwards. So Cecilia Rebello is going to have to limp that car back. I mean, Leonardo Herman, I think, yeah, like you said, was way too eager. As Miguel Paludo, well, it's Alan Hellmeister looking for the move on Regadas here for P6 as they go up towards, I think it's Pico de Pato coming up next here at turn 10. But Marcel Muller is closing in on Christian Hahn. The gap is less than a tenth and a half as they go through Junção into the Subidas boxes. Then it's going to be run up to Kibakandas. You can see that Christian Hahn taking a wider line through at turn 14 to carry the momentum through the corner. But Muller is like a charging bull waiting to get one past as now Felmanito looking round the outside of Francisco Horta through at turn 15. He might get the job done by turn 1. He has.
Superb from Alcio Felmanito. Really lined that up nicely on Francisco Horta, and he sets the fastest lap of the race in the process. Now he's only got 2 cars to get ahead of before he heads this race. There's a great battle going on further back. That is Vivo Barrichello duking it out in a turn 1 with Lucas Salas and Linu Perez as they come onto the back straight now, heading for the Subida de Lagos. And it's going to be a big defensive move needed now from Lucas Salas, with Linu Perez getting a good run off the turn. Camparato going wheel to wheel there with Pedro Bozel and getting through. So the teenager managing to overhaul Pedro Bozel. And there is already a couple of notes on the race control message. The start was okay this time. No investigations needed. What a charge through from Linu Perez. Such a difficult overtaking move to get there on the top of the crest of the hill.
Yeah, and that was right up the inside of the number 70 of Lucas Sales, partnered with long-time Stock Car Pro Series exponent, who's been with multiple teams, Rafael Suzuki. But again, we are now seeing that Alceo Felmanito is going to make it a 3-horse race here for the. They are now saying that the incident between Leonardo Herman and Cecilia Rebello is currently under investigation. And to be honest with you, I don't think Feldman was close enough alongside. And it was that big impact to the left rear of the number 98 of Cecilia Rebello. I think Herman might get a penalty for that.
Yeah, Leonardo Herman, unfortunately, running the incident ragged. Marcel Muller, very strong move around the outside of Christian Hahn. Can he get back into the lead? Hahn psychs him out in turn 1. That was really well lent on, and now that's going to compromise Marcel Muller on the exit. Plenty of power and pace from Alceo Felmanito after Marcel Muller just set the fastest lap of the race, trying to get on terms with Christian Hahn. Now it's going to be all 3 of them down the back straight into lap 4, and Alceo Felmanito over the back of Marcel Muller into the braking zone for Peter de Lagos, and now it's going to be a 5-car train because they've backed into Francisco Horta and Caio Chavez. What did we say before this race got underway? That the race is just going to fly by, and with battles like this, it's no surprise.
No, not at all, Jake. And the thing is that Marcel Muller tried the old Slim Shady round the outside at turn 1 at the Center S's. And that's not an easy move to pull off. But Felmanito, Horta, Chavez, and now, look, Alan Hellmeister is within striking distance. Probably not that far behind. You'll have the likes of Regadas, Comparato, Bozel, who's now through on Fefu Barrichello. As now we're going to see a replay. Now, this is Marcel Muller's attempt round the outside of Christian Hahn. Now, of course, Muller and Fraga going for the triple here in the endurance challenge, and round the outside he flashes the headlights at Christian Hahn saying, hold on to your socks, mate, I'm going round the outside of you. But Christian Hahn was calm and composed to keep that car on the racing line, not give an inch to Marcel Muller, who had to back out of it, and Felmanito closed in very quickly on the Fabian Patras Porsche.
Christian Hahn is not letting this lead get away from him easily, is he? And now we've got Camperato. He's joined in and found his move. That is Camperato right on the back of them. So excellent performance there. No, sorry, it's Hellmeister. Hellmeister's found the move there on Francisco Horta, who's obviously had a bit of a difficult moment into the first corner. So that's Hellmeister up into 5th position. I think Horta had a bit of a moment there with Caio Chavez. And it's Chavez who's now under pressure from Hellmeister. Francisco Horta's dropped behind both of them, so that could be worth a replay, because Francisco Horta crossed the line in P4. He's now down to P6 behind Chavez and Hellmeister. So he must have overcooked it into turn 1. And now Hellmeister is trying to work his way through into 4th position behind the leading trio. Fastest lap of the race has come in from the number 7 car. Alan Hellmeister found a 1:37.1 there on the previous lap. 0.8 of a second quicker than the leader. He's going to bounce in on the inside of the duckbill, and he's made it work. But can he hold it round the outside? Because that's not quite done yet. Caio Chavez keeps his foot planted down the hill in the left-hand apex.
Here comes Francisco. Here goes Horta trying to go up the inside of the 77, and he dives through at Zhong Sao. Great move.
Absolutely magic stuff. And now we've got the 80, Marcos Regadas. He wants to get in on Hellmeister. We love endurance racing anyway, but spec endurance racing is about as good as it gets. Regadas, door to door, has the nose on Hellmeister, who desperately tries to eke out that advantage down the home straight and into turn 1. Camperato is waiting in the wings.
Yeah, and this is where the chess game really starts, because, Christian Hahn, for so many of those early laps here out of the 5 laps that we've completed, we're on lap number 6 now. It's more the case of, just try and keep a watching brief as someone runs very, very wide out of Curva de Sol at turn 3.
Yeah, that's Perez. Perez got it very sideways there. Oh, big move on the inside. That is a hard charge movement from Guerra, who is absolutely rocketing through this field. So Renan Guerra, he's going door to door with Bozel. And watch out, because FIFA Barrichello fancies a chance on the inside line as well.
And he's gone through. There's another car that we need to be really, really keeping our eyes on. Started down in 26. It's the pairing of Gabriel Robe and Eric Santos. Gabriel Robe did a lap time that was less than a tenth slower than Alan Hellmeister, who's got the fastest lap of the race, and Gabriel Robb went and put it purple, sectors 1 and 2, and that car has now gained 9 places. So that car is not that far behind Manuchillian Gomez and José Maduria and Ramalho in the number 27 car, along with Feldman and Salas in the number 1, who are up to 14th. But yeah, Lucas Salas getting it all wrong coming out of Curva de Sol at turn 3, and that really put Salas on the back foot, so to speak, as Francisco Horta on the flashers. So is Alan Hellmeister saying, okay, right, what a fight, let's go for it. Here goes Mateus Comparato up the inside of Regadas.
Is that going to be a finished move into turn 1? Comparato slices in, Regadas keeping his car present round the outside, still hungry for the inside at 2, but Comparato psychs him out. Nicely done by the teenager. And Matheus Comparato, the 18-year-old from just round the corner from here, in fact, in Sao Paulo, one of the many drivers who have grown up right in the heart of Brazilian motorsport here in Sao Paulo. One of the rare circuits in Grand Prix racing that is right in the heart of the centre of the city, rather than 5 to 10 miles outside the city centre, as most of these race circuits in modern Grand Prix racing tend to be. Though you really do get the beating heart and the lifeblood for the passion of motorsport here in Brazil. It's like nowhere else in the Grand Prix calendar. And when Porsches come to town, boy, do you know about it. 2 weeks ago, the Porsche Carrera Cup and Porsche Sprint Challenge Brazil concluded in fantastic fashion. Now we get the celebration of the best of Brazilian racing across Stock Car Pro, GT3 Cup and Porsche Carrera Cup Brazil, all in 4 hours. We've had some amazing race drivers sign up for this one. Paludo, Casagrancia, Christian Hahn, all the regulars in the normal phase of things, and then amazing surnames like Bozel, Barrichello, Wilson, Fittipaldi, PK, all involved up and down the grid, and even the Hollywood superstar, part of the X-Men and Alien sagas, Michael Fassbender. What an amazing race battle, and we are only a few minutes into it, only 11 minutes gone. And here comes the move from Alan Hellmeister. He's going to try and make this bid on the outside line, because that's where he's been placed. Hellmeister trying to get back in. He's going to have to wait. Maybe a chance coming up in Subida de Lagos, Alex.
Yeah, there has been a drama, unfortunately, Jake, in the meantime, for Tiago Vivacqua and Carlos Campos in the number 14 car. They started 21st. They have had a trip in the pit lane, possibly for a puncture. They've dropped all the way down to 39th. And, well, the fact that Herman and Rebello still in pit lane are now, Pontes in the number 99 car has just pitted. So we are seeing some cars possibly being affected by punctures if they are having some side-by-side clashes. So now Gabriel Robb, who again, well, he's just gone purple in the opening 2 sectors previously. Gabriel Robb is storming up the order in the number 38 car. He's now up to 15th. And he's closing in on the number 70 car. So Gabriel Robb, who we did see a couple of years ago in the Joaquim Guerra Stock Car Pro Series entry, a couple of years ago in 2024, he has really started charging up the field, but up to the inside, Hellmeister on Horta, dives through at Jung Sao. That is picture perfect.
Licked the stamp and sent it perfectly, and that's a bit of a run wide out of the turn from Francisco Horta. This could be another slam dunk move, this time from Comparato. He's got the inside line, and there's going to be some side draft here. He may actually get an opportunity to come back on Hellmeister into turn 1.
He's looking for... he nearly got there, but Hellmeister was quick enough to respond and close the door. And there is Regadas as well, still involved in this 4-car brawl here as they go through Curva de Sol and onto the Reta Posta. But, I mean, the grandstands, the paddock area, the VIP area for Porsche Carrera Cup Brazil is again, that is Salas going off the track again, I think, in the number 70 car. He's gone wide there twice.
He has. Comparato unable to get the move finished off there on Francisco Horta, but able to back down from the fight from Marcos Regadas. Don't forget there are 3 drivers in that car. Regadas, Nelson Piquet Jr. and Roman Simkovic. It's not mandatory to put 3 drivers in the car, but some entries have decided to do so. And we've obviously got 6 minutes mandatory for each pit stop, although there are a few teams with a 3 or a 13-second handicap, which will assist them to move up the order. it shouldn't really affect too much at the sharp end of the field, but it really is exciting stuff at the moment in the early stages. We're nowhere near that pit window, by the way, as Herman and Rebello have obviously had that collision on lap 1 and gone no further than the end of the first lap. And it wouldn't surprise me at all if that was game over for them, because a lot of damage to those cars, even a donor car, would take them out of the hunt. Although Herman Batista can take a donor car and go for a podium position in the challenge category, but in reality, with all three classes combined, I'm not sure you're going to see that car again, because the chances of them getting back into the overall top 5 in challenge is minimal to impossible.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that when you take, you know, we all know that you can't win a race on the opening lap, but you can certainly lose either the opportunity to go for a race win or a podium. And especially, right, okay, they've got, race controller just said that there is an incident involving car 11 and car 99. So that is the
Champao,
and also 99 is the Pontes car.
So that is the car
Pontes
that
and Rafael Reis, yeah.
Yeah, Pontes went through the pit lane for damage, so the 11 Champao continued. Normally in this championship, it's very similar in terms of the penalty system that is deployed by Super GT out in Japan. It's cause and effect that usually takes the penalty system. So if there is an advantage by contact that has severely hampered the other car, then a penalty is almost certainly delivered. And so I've got a feeling that Flavio Champao in the number 11, partnering up with Matias Roque and Edu Guedes, that car could end up getting the book thrown at them.
I would probably agree with you on that front, Jake. I mean, like you say, cause and effect. If you're the one that causes it and the effect is somebody else, then as now we're seeing that Christian Hahn on the conclusion of what is now going to be lap 10 of 117, they've just got past the Campos Vivacqua number 14 car, which was in the pits for 63 seconds a few laps ago. So now Christian, as we now see, Veffel Barrichello getting involved, and it's 3 wide coming down the centre. Is here from lap. Oh my goodness me! Veffel has got the aggression of his old man. Definitely involved in the genetics. That, I mean, all 3 of them, because they have got Dudu in the pit lane, keeping an eye on their strategy. Meantime, a little bit further back, I think, which car is that? That's the number 70 car. Sales is having a bit of a battle, and that is with the number 3. That's with Moore, who's partnered with Enzo Elias and Rosario. So that is the battle for 17th on the road. Now, bearing in mind, you know, Sales and Suzuki started 16th. They made up a few positions, but Sales has made a couple of mistakes in the race so far, and that has come back to bite him a little bit.
Yeah, Christian Moore, of course, finishing his first full season in Carrera Cup, having been in the Sprint Challenge last year and a front runner to boot. Now, Marcel Muller's got big pressure here from Alcivel Manito. Fortunately, Campos has got out of the way, but now this is all going to be in the draft. Muller goes very wide in the bleachers, and so Alcivel Manito is going to make up some ground here down the straight. I don't think he's going to be close enough to throw that into turn 1, but certainly Subida de Lagos is ringing true for Alcivel Manito. He might be able to get a chance on Marcel Muller, who seems to be struggling a little bit on this set of tyres. Just hasn't quite been able to stay with our race leader, Christian Hahn, effectively. That's one heck of a skyline in the background of the race circuit here at the Autódromo José Carlos Pache, isn't it? Amazing that we are right in the lifeblood and the beating heart of the commercial metropolis of Sao Paulo. Down the straight, look at Gabriel Raab. He really is on a charge, and he's going wheel to wheel with Bozel, and he's going to get it. Gabriel Raab into 10th place.
16 places gained in 11 laps there, Jake. He is absolutely flying, and Gabriel Raab is no stranger to Porsche Carrera Cup Brazil. And then when you have Eric Santos, who, luckily enough, thank you very much, Eric, for replying, and he's just followed me back on Instagram as well. So he finished 14th in Class 21 of the Porsche Sports Cup Suisse, running with the Porsche Track Experiences with Manthey crew, and that's the current generation 992 GT3 Cup car, but in comparison to what we've got here in the Carrera Cup cars, these cars have no ABS, no traction control. The cars that Eric raced with did in Porsche Sports Cup Suisse. But again, it's always nice when you've got these cars that are all frills, no braces, so you are on a tightrope the whole way through. No traction control, no ABS, as Fefel Barrichello on the flashers, and he's trying to close in to the car in front, which is the 88 of Brazil. Now Fefel decides to go to the outside line. He's got the side draft into turn one. Is he going to hang on to it? He's nosed ahead. He's got through, and he's made it work. Fantastic work by Fefel Barrichello. And I'm sure that Rubens is jumping up and down in the pit lane at the moment.
Magic moment from Fefel Barrichello as Barrichello and Bozell go to battle, two of the great racing families of Brazilian motorsport. This is going to be a bit tight down to the first corner of the end of the sector, because Peter Ferter is mixing it now with Christian Moore, two drivers who have worked their way up from Sprint Challenge last year into Carrera Cup. Oh, goodness me, nearly chopped across Rodrigo Melo in the 29. Going that car, of course, with Caio Collet, the man who has been racing in FIA Formula 3 for the last couple of years. He'll be in that car later on. But what a charge, as now we've got Christian Moore dueling it away in front of the hard-charging Peter Ferter. Good to see Christian Moore really starting to spice up his end-of-season journey. This has been a tough year of learning for him in Carrera Cup. He was one of the top 5 drivers in Sprint Challenge in 2024, up against the likes of Antonella Bassani. And now it's really fascinating to see how much of a development he's made. Right, Alcivar Benito goes for Marcel Muller again. The gap between Christian Hahn and Marcel Muller is opening up to 2 seconds, and Alain Elmeister is going faster and faster in the background. Really starting to make some big waves here. Down to the first corner, Benito, not close enough yet. Marcel Muller still desperate to try and keep this man at bay.
Yeah, also you mentioned about Caio Collet. He's going to be joining AJ Foyt Racing for the NTT IndyCar Series next season in the number 4 car. So great to see that young man. Also from the local neck of the woods, 23 years of age from Sao Paulo. You know, he's got a great opportunity there. You know, when you look at the likes of drivers that have raced in the NTT IndyCar Series, Tony Kanaan, Rubens Barrichello, Emo Fittipaldi, et al. You know, there are so many Brazilians that have raced over in the NTT IndyCar Series, and I'm really, really excited to see what they're doing. And also we see the number 12 car. This is the pairing of Guerra and Pisani. So we're going to have a replay here. Now, this is Mateus Comparato. Oh, that was a bit of a wobble there. The back end steps out to the right.
But he cooked the save nicely. Mateus Comparato. That will be a little bit of extra pressure on that tyre compound, but what an amazing save by Mateus Comparato. He's got famous for that over the course of this season, driving that Porsche more like Gilles Villeneuve. Absolutely fantastic the way the 18-year-old has acquitted himself to Porsche racing, having been a star in F4 Brazil in the past. But this is a good time to update us on class leaders as we get to the end of the first 25 minutes. Christian Hahn leading overall and in Carrera Cup. Alcivar Benito leading in sport and trying to hassle Marcel Muller. And then leading in rookie is Renan Guerra. That's why we saw his details flash up on the screen a short while ago. There he is in the number 12, the leopard print Porsche. Renan Guerra sharing that car with Marco Pisani, and they are currently the leaders in rookie. Meanwhile, down in challenge, Sadek Leiter and Fabio Carboni lead overall. Bandera and Newman are in rookie, and they are second overall. So they are also leading in sport, of course, because all 3 classes combined. So that is a fantastic fillet for Bandera and Newman, who is leading both in sport and rookie at the moment. A little bit of cloud cover starting to gather over the Interlagos circuit. Does that mean we're going to have a break in the weather?
Well, you know what they say here at Interlagos here, Jake, anything is possible. And at this point, you know, it can happen. Of course, the pairing of Guerra and Pisani. Oh, what have you spotted?
That was a bit of a big run wide there from Lucas Salas, and that's going to be vulnerable to attack as up to the inside comes Christian Moore. He's going to get the dice there on Bragantini Jr. Lovely job from Christian Moore.
Oh, right.
Penalty. Right to penalty for Leonardo Herrmann. No, hang on a minute. It looks like the drive-through penalty has been handed to the 98. The Bello. Well, that's a very strange call. A very strange call. I would have said that. Well, I'm not entirely sure why they think the penalty's gone to Rebello rather than Herman. The way we saw it, I think it would have been the other way round. But wow, fascinating. There is the confirmation. 98 drive-through penalty. They clearly feel that Cecilia de Bello turned in on Leonardo Herman and not Herman slicing up the inside of Cecilia de Bello. I'm not sure she'll agree, but that's what the race control have decided.
Yeah, as we now see Alcio Fernandito right on the rear wing of Marcel Muller as they go down the reta posta into the Cida de Largo. Muller defends. And, oh, who's that? Alan Hellmeister's making it 3 a crowd in this one as they go down the dip through turns 4 and 5. Then it's the run up to the fast right-hander hit at Ferradura at turn 6 before going on the brakes into La Regina and then into SA. Firmanito looks to the outside at this point, and Hellmeister is just like a coiled spring. He's waiting to see what happens, and if Muller and Firmanito make contact, he will be out there without a second hesitation or a second thought.
This is not in the script at all for Marcel Muller. He was really hoping that he was going to command the head of the field and disappear. Christian Hahn, meanwhile, is checking out Charlie up in front, 2.1 seconds ahead, as Alcivel Manito is in a rock and a hard place here. He's got to go on the offensive for Marcel Muller and the defensive for Alan Hellmeister. He really is in a tricky situation here in the number 8 Rusty's car. Lightning McQueen colour scheme, and he's starting to pound around like him at the moment, but he's got a brilliant chance to go for second place. He's going to go wide in the bleachers, even wider still for Alan Hellmeister, and this is where the draft is really going to kick in. Marcel Muller pits in, so he has decided to come into the pits at the very first opportunity. The pit window had literally opened with 4, 3, 2, 1 to go, and he crosses the line in the pit stop at exactly the right moment. Wow. Marcel Muller clearly not happy with this set of tyres, hoping that by coming in at the earliest opportunity, he can put a decent set of boots on and go hell for leather again.
Yeah, also talking about Gerard Pisani, their chief sponsor, Chrome Shieldings, or it's like basically like protection for motor vehicles, becomes a new sponsor for the Porsche, the C6 Bank Porsche Carrera Cup in Brazil for 2026. And there was a nice little bit, Dena Perez, the man behind, who's the main man behind the C6 Bank Porsche Carrera Cup and Sprint Challenge Brazil, saying that they've welcomed the arrival of Chrome into our cast of official sponsors. It's another leading brand in their segment to believe in the marketing and the activation platform of Porsche Carrera Cup Brazil. And this makes us very happy because they offer a differentiated service that is already to the taste of many of our drivers, as we now see the 544 trundle down pit lane. What have you spotted, Jake?
That's not a scheduled pit stop then for Marcel Muller, because if that was a scheduled pit stop, he'd have been in there for 5 more minutes than that. So that is a real problem for Marcel Muller. I wonder if they had a slow puncture, because there's no other reason that you would come into the pits on the beginning of the pit stop window and only stay in for 1 minute. So I think they had a problem. That's a real disaster for Marcel Muller and Felipe Fraga, who are going to rejoin right down at the back end of the field, essentially. And it looks as though their chances of the victory have just gone up in tatters, as if Marcel Muller didn't need any more bad luck this season. He already had 3 punctures in a row over the course of the Porsche Carrera Cup season. Led at Velocida, race 1, round 1, puncture. Led at Velocida, round 2, race 1, puncture. Led here at Interlagos, round 3, race 1, puncture. Championship gone in tatters, and I can't believe it, but I think Marcel Muller may have just had another puncture.
Yeah, we're now seeing a replay of getting through on Chavez in the 87, and this was the attempt by the number 12. Gets the move done by the second part of the Cenareses, so nice work by Ranen Guerra. As well, you can see there is the flailing bodywork on Cecilia Rebello's very, I mean, you can see the amount of damage, and there is some fluid leaking from the back. Looks like water, and the car has stopped on the circuit. This could be a safety car here, Jake. Yes, there we go.
Well, Pietro Urbano had got behind the wheel, so essentially it was time to see if the car could actually go the distance. It looks like it can't.
No, you know what that looks like to me? It's not engine oil. I think that's coolant, because for a lot of people that are Porsche aficionados, in the 991.2 and every generation of the water-cooled, not the air-cooled, the water-cooled variations of the cars, the cooling systems in these vehicles are based at the front. And that looked like that that is the now new 992.2 Porsche safety car that is waiting at the end of pit lane, coming out of the Cover de Sol at turn 3, and will pick up Christian Hahn in the number 26. But Rimbano parks it, and that is now going to put everyone into a line. And you said, these first laps have gone very, very quickly, but now we've got off. Now, one of the things about these pit stops, folks, these cars do not refuel like you see, say, for instance, GT World Challenge Europe, whereby on a Porsche 911, the fuel cap location is normally on the right front wing of the car. However, you need to open up the bonnet on these cars because you have a slower feeder system that goes into the fuel tank at the front. And there is Rimbano sitting in the car. There is Marcel Muller. I think you're right. I mean, with a 64-second pit stop time, that would have been an emergency pit stop for the number 544, because there was debris left over. There have been some little bit of contretemps here or there where there's been possibly a little bit of damage, which has meant that a slight chunk of body part in some respect, whether it's a front splitter, whether it's a little bit of body work. I think I just saw a little bit of damage on the right rear quarter of Francisco Horta in the 77. Looks to be a little bit of loose bodywork or a little bit of paint work on the right front of the right rear quarter panel, or the wheel arch. So let's just see. Yeah, there you see it. That's actually the air intake for the back of the car.
So the pit window is now officially open, and the first team that's actually gone for it is the 80 car, Regadas Piquet Jr. and Zinkovic. Perfect to get it done on the first lap of the safety car, because that actually buys you a little bit of time on the way through. So to have the pit stop window open under safety car is actually a real benefit for a lot of the teams. You're going to see a lot of them pour into the pits here in one go. Here they come. So they are all going to swarm in together. This is going to be a very busy pit lane. Now, we didn't see it because it happened outside the cameras, but that's Hellmeister ahead of Alcifel Benito. So he managed to get into second place there, Alex.
Yeah, Fefel Barrichello has stayed out. So now the thing is that with regards to the pit stops, on our live timing, we can see 6 minutes. Now, the thing is, I'm going to use my Porsche Sports Cup Swiss knowledge on this one. We had 3 2-hour enduros this race. Look at this. There's traffic jam.
Yeah, conflagration on the way into the pit lane. That's how busy it's got.
So one of the things that they'll have to mind is that with the refueling, you'll probably see the bonnets being lifted up on the cars themselves. So we're talking the front of the vehicle. That's where the fuel tank is located. And with Porsche Sports Cup Swiss regulations, you can only have the person that is there to put the fuel in the car. So now we've got this pit stop window open, and it's going to count down. But they have to be on the pit stops. It's got to be at least 6 minutes. If they are under that 6 minutes, that is an instant penalty.
It certainly is, depending on the severity of how little you cross over. There are a couple of teams with a handicap in the pit stops, by the way. Camperato and Ferreira have a 3-second handicap. So too do the 27 car, Yosemar Junior and Sergio De Mayo. There's also a 3-second handicap for Modestoni and Giassi. There's a 13-second handicap for Champao, Roque and Guedes. 3-second handicap as well for Bandera and Newman. A 13-second handicap for Ruiz and Ruiz Jr. And then there's also a 3-second handicap for Campos and Vivacqua. That's it. Everybody else has got 6 minutes. Look at this on the replay as the brakes come on. That was the 16 ploughing into the back of the 29 there. So that is a little bit of a problematic moment there for Marcello Hahn into the back of Rodrigo Melo, and the concertina effect is drastic.
Yeah, Silvio Monastroni was caught up in the back in the backlog that meant that everyone was coming in. So Fefel Barrichello has now pitted. So look at this. a lot of activity in the pit lane as Vitor Baptista, now in the repaired chrome livery number 23 car, is back out on circuit.
This is shades of Lewis Hamilton at the Hungaroring a few years ago, isn't it? He's the only one out on the circuit because everybody else is in pit road.
I mean, to be completely honest with you, the thing is, as I said earlier, the refueling on these Carrera Cup cars are very, very different. Now, that's the number 99 that has just gone out of pit lane and has been in there for 20. Victor Wagner Pointers, who's partnered with Rafael Reis. That car's been in the pit lane for nearly 23 minutes. So they've now got that car's going to come through, and the pit stop window is going to close in 4 3/4 minutes. So we're 35 minutes into this race. You did say these laps were going to go pretty quickly. You weren't half wrong, Jake. But what a first opening run before the first safety car of the event.
97 laps to go in this race, and every single car is in pit lane, taking advantage of things under the safety car, except the 23, because after they had been in the pit lane for 20 minutes, Vitor Baptista is the only one out on circuit. Now, I'm not sure what the application of the rule is going to be, because they've been in the pits for 22.5 minutes, 20 minutes for their pit stop. Surely that does not count as their sole pit stop. But of course, they've only completed 8 laps, so they're not going to catch up to the rest of the field and move their way further forward. They're going to remain at the back. I wonder if they'll put a dispensation in to say, look, that's our first mandatory pit stop, and we've been in the pits for 20 minutes. So come on, guys. It's not like we're going to do anything to upset the guys up front here. They are currently 12 laps behind the race lead. And in the next 3 minutes and 40 seconds, you're not going to make up 12 laps.
Yeah.
So I think there's going to be a special dispensation for them to be allowed to stay out.
Now, this is a wonderful example of what I was talking about, where you've got some of the cars. There's the Blau Motorsport car that's just had its hood put down. But there's another couple of them with their bonnets up. So there are the 2 refueling lines. One is helping to put the fuel into the system, and the other one is to help from any air going into the system. You don't want air in a fuel system, because that will cause the car to stutter, misfire, and maybe cause a lack of power as well. So that's very, very specific. That's why these 6-minute pit stops are in effect, because it gives enough time to calmly do the driver change if you're going to do that. And then also get the tyres on. You don't need to rush and put the wheel nuts on. But one of the other things about endurance racing, these cars are all equipped with standardized brake discs and pads. And if we do get that, which I have seen at Porsche Sports Cup Suisse, where I think at the last race, no, it was at Monza, we had a 2-hour endurance race there, and one team, which was actually, funny enough, the pairing of Eric Santos and Ahmad Al-Mehdi, who finished P5 in Porsche Sports Cup Suisse in the same category as Eric this year. They were going for the 3-peat. Well, Ahmad was going for the 3-peat. And look, side by side into the fast lane of the pit stop, as the pit lane itself, as now we're getting very, very close, as it's going to be another 2 minutes before Fefu Barrichello comes out, unless old man Rubens has gone into the car. But we're seeing a lot of activity now. That Felipe Baptista, 6 minute 1.9. Miguel Paludo, 6 minutes 3.8. So as long as they're over that 6 minutes, or over the minimum time they need to spend in the pit lane, then they're fine. They're clear.
So far, no penalties down the line.
Hang on. Hang on. Thiago Vivaqua's just come out of the pit lane. They were at 5 minutes 57, 5 minute 52.
Yeah, that's true. So they've undercut their pit stop time. That is a big disaster for Thiago Vivacqua. They were already all the way back to 37th position. Now, this is fascinating because the safety car has come in. No, we're under green flags, and it's an absolute free-for-all as the racers come out onto the circuit again. Look at it. Absolute skittles as they go up the hill. We're under green flags here. So now we've got Alcivel Manito's teammate Casagrancia now going wheel-to-wheel with Miguel Paludo. That's the reigning, newly crowned Porsche Carrera Cup champion alongside the 3-time Stock Car Pro champion, and Casagrancia's got him.
Oh, elbows out and then some, but we got a car stopped. Car stopped.
12. I think that might be Marco Bazzani. We'll
Oh
check
no.
Here's a replay, but I think it's the leading rookie car.
He's going to get a tag. Tagged by 77. William Frere. Oi.
That was always going to happen on that first lap under green when everybody's blasting out of the pit lane. And it's come back to bite Marco Pisani, the leopard print car that was leading in rookie. What a disaster. But look at this battle down the back straight, as now we've got the 26 charging forward. That's Felipe Batista going to battle to try and move up into third position. Can Felipe Batista now find his bid on the inside line here? Down on the inside of Miguel Paludo. That's the 87, my apologies. That's Thiago Camilo. So Camilo's got through on Paludo.
Yeah, now, right, okay. No surprise, incident between 12 and 77 under investigation by race control. So Pisani, after being contacted by William Frere, that was, as you said, Jake, it was so close quarters. It was like a karting race all over again. And, you know, 5 into 1 never goes. And it's always the person that's leading that train that is the one that gets the short end of the stick. But now, Feful Barrichello hands over to his dad, Rubens, in the number 111 car. 6 minutes 2.6 in the pits. And then
it's a disaster. It's a disaster for them, though, Alex, because the race went to green flag conditions as everybody went out of the pits. So both Rubens Barrichello and Beto Gressa in the Triple 8 that he shares with Lini Perez. Oh, problems there, problems. That's a puncture. A puncture for the leader. Batista, puncture.
Oh, that is going to give Mateus Ferreira the opportunity now in the 118, and he's gotten away with it. Gabriel Casagrange in P5, P2, sorry, in how things will adjust. So,
my word.
Felipe Baptista strikes trouble. I mean, you said about Marcel Muller earlier on. Well, it's now struck for the 26, and it wasn't Christian Hahn. Felipe Baptista behind the wheel now dives into the pit lane.
I tell you what, Brazilian motorsport, this is really the year of the puncture, isn't it? Unbelievable as Felipe Batista leading the race and then picks up a puncture. How many times has that happened this year alone in Porsche Carrera Cup Brasil? Just astonishing. And there is a drive-through penalty handed then to the 77. No big surprises there. William Frere is going to receive a puncture. He's going to receive a drive-through penalty. That's very close indeed down to turn 4. That is very tight indeed there for Sergio Ramalho, going to battle with Thiago Camilo, who drifts off the road. But it's now Matias Ferreira who leads this race in the 118 in front of Gabriel Casagrange. Then it's Camilo versus Ramalho. And down in 5th, it's Miguel Paludo ahead of Frere, Enzo Fittipaldi, Marco Gomez, Guillermo Salas, with Felipe Batista now in pit lane with a puncture. What carnage!
I mean, that's the thing. You and I had talked before this weekend, Jake, and you said to me, just expect the unexpected. And I thought to myself, okay, I'll think of karting straight away. And that's exactly what we've got. The elbows are out. And these cars are not light. I mean, 1,260 kilos for the 992 Carreras. And then for the challenge cars, 1,175 kilograms. But of course, as you mentioned in qualifying yesterday, it's that kind of balance of performance where the Carrera cars have 25 more horsepower. But the challenge cars are 85 kilos lower. And now the number 14, Thiago Vivacqua, going to have to serve a drive-through penalty.
Yep, that is Thiago Vivacqua, drive-through penalty for undercutting the pit stop. 5 seconds slower than they were supposed to be. So that's gone horribly, horribly wrong for them. As far as I'm aware, they are the only team that actually got the pit stop time wrong. Everybody else was over their minimum time limit. But William Frere is going through pit lane for the drive-through penalty as we talk about it. And Felipe Batista has obviously come into the pits to repair and change the tyre. What drama. Leading the way, though, in challenge, it is Saragleiter and Fabio Carboni. It's the latter who's at the wheel. So Fabio Carboni leading the way in front of Daniel Newman and Matias Iorio. Those are the 3 challenge leaders at the moment in their individual classes. Although, of course, Daniel Newman leads technically in both sport and rookie because he's ahead of the leading sport car of Yorio and Morenito. So fascinating scenes here at Interlagos. We're only on lap 23 and it is crazy to think of how much that has already happened, because there is still so much to come. There is Beto Gressa trying to squeeze in up the inside and change tack at the very last moment to dive up the inside line there of, I think that's Trevisan in the 15 car. Yes, it is Trevisan, dives up the inside, barges Trevisan aside, get out of it. That was great. That was proper aggression from Beto Gressa.
Yeah, and through goes Rubinho Barrichello as a direct result. So Rubens goes, okay, thank you very much. I mean, he dropped round to about P20. Well, P23 at the moment is where we see Max Wilson. Is now we see on board from Rubens. Bang, there's the contact, there's the hip check. And Rubens goes, right, that's another place for me. Lovely.
Yeah, because Rubens Barrichello really got hampered by the safety car coming into the pits under the pit stop conditions. He's going to be angry about that because that's cost them quite a lot of time. But it's Rubinho. He's not going to wait around. He's dropped down outside the top 20, but he has certainly not lost the lead lap. So he's got a lot of hard work to do to try and regain it. Here into the first corner, we've got Gressa, Guedes, Barrichello, Trevisan, and then a little further back, we've got the dueling pair of Cifali and Max Wilson. Good opening stint, by the way, from Michael Fassbender. They've been able to work their way further up after losing ground in the first lap. But now they're up into 22nd place. And watch them tumble down the timesheet, because they're going to go from 22nd into the top 20 very soon indeed, with the capable Max Wilson behind the wheel.
I'm looking forward to seeing what Eric Santos does now in the 38 car, because that's now currently P13 as Rubens Barrichello is now through. That's 18th place for the 111 through on Guedes. So Rubens Barrichello now into 18th position. Eric Santos has taken over from Gabriel Rob, who managed in the first 6 laps 16 places to get into the top 10. So Santos behind the likes of Rafael Suzuki, who's now taken over the number 70 car. As new fastest lap of the race, Gabriel Casagrange, 1:36.906, and the gap between him and Mateus Ferreira has dropped to just under half a second, as we see a three-way scrap here into the center S's once again at turns 1 and 2.
That's Sales, Gomez and Nunez having a great little squabble. Now coming back to Rubens Barrichello, up into 18th place as you mentioned, as Bruno Campos now sets the fastest lap, 1:36.4. Goodness me, he's found half a second more than even Casagrange. I think the circuit's cooling down here, and that gives the tyres a little bit more bite to them. So maybe we're going to get a potential sprinkling of rain. It's not on the cards that it's going to be dry all the way through. There is a potential for rain to intervene, so we need to keep an eye on that. We started in blue skies, but it's Interlagos. It can rain in 45 seconds if it needs to. And I was going to come back to Rubens Barrichello. Let's not forget that not only is he the ultimate Formula One superstar that he was, racing for Jordan, for Stewart, for Ferrari, for Williams and for Honda, as well as for Braun GP, almost the world champion in 2009. But let's not forget that he's actually taken time away from Porsche Carrera Cup's endurance ranks, which he won the championship in last year alongside Werner Luckberger. The two of them got the job done in fantastic style last year, but he's been focusing on Brazilian NASCAR, which, by the way, he became champion in this year. So Rubens Barrichello is still in the form of his life. Here we go, round the outside, lovely from Enzo Fittipaldi to take on Miguel Paludo. And there's not a lot of response that the newly crowned Porsche Carrera Cup Brasil champion can respond with into turn 1.
That's the beautiful thing about this, a one-make series, if you will, for both Carrera and Challenge divisions, because everyone's in the same equipment. It's about how you maximise the setup. And now Paludo has got Salas trying to go right alongside him. He's going to give him the old Nigel Mansell dummy to the inside here at the Cine de Lago, and Salas is through. Great manoeuvre there.
What a crazy race this is so far. We've got Paludo dropping back. Maybe he's got tyre issues. We've already seen a puncture for the 544, Fraga and Muller. They're now currently in 26th, by the way. We've seen disastrous consequences with a puncture for Felipe Batista and his teammate, of course, Christian Hahn. They've fallen outside the top 30. As here's a replay of that move from Guillermo Salas on Miguel Paludo. Incredible. All three of the main cars that we thought were going to be battling for the win outright here have hit trouble. The 544 of Muller and Fraga, the 26 of Batista and Hahn, and we're currently watching the problems unravel for Paludo and Hellmeister. Who knows who's going to win this one?
I know the track temperature, as you rightly said, Jake, is dropping. And now here comes Gabriel Casagrande. He's got the bit between his teeth, closing in on Matheus Ferreira. This is for the overall race lead here on lap 26 as we're about to cross the stripe. Casagrande gets the momentum. He's got the slipstream. He's going to look to the inside of the 118, dives through, and that's new race leader on lap 26.
Gabriel Casagrande takes the lead here at Interlagos. 3 times a Stock Car Pro Brazil champion. He's always quick when he gets behind the wheel of these Porsche Carrera Cup cars, and today is no exception. He hits the front, and in a day like today, there is an odds-on possibility that that car is going to take the overall victory, which would be an amazing end to a frustrating year for Alcifel Manito in that car, who's had a very tough year. A lot of opportunities taken away from him through misfortune. There's his father's car, driven by Guillermo Salas. That's the first time we've actually seen that car out all season, because let's not forget that Alcifel Manito has been the sole representative for most of this year. Alcif Feldman skipped both of the endurance races, though he's only been competing in the Carrera Cup. Though the endurance challenge has not really been on his agenda until the season finale. Here comes the move from Guillermo Salas, though, taking on Fittipaldi. Lovely job as he gets up the inside there of Enzo Fittipaldi. That is P5.
Yeah, I mean, the humidity is creeping up here, Jake, so that's going to make it a bit more stifling in the cockpits for the drivers, but the track temperature is rapidly dropping. We're at 28.2 degrees Celsius air, 30.6 degrees Celsius track. As now we've got this, and look at this. I mean, all I can say is Ferreira is dropping places. He is losing time now, and that is going to, is that going to be a move for the inside? There goes Thiago Camilo.
Wow. Don't tell me that Ferreira's got a puncture now. I think he might have.
Let's just see. I can't see it on the left side. Let's see. No, unless the tyres. I mean, the thing is that if they haven't taken tyres at this point, I'm just doing a double take. I mean, there's no forecast of rain here at Interlagos, but the thing is that the temperature is dropping. But who knows? As you said, you know, the weather at Interlagos can change on a sixpence. It's like Spa-Francorchamps, only the Brazilian equivalent. But I think it's just when you just think you can't get any more unpredictability. As you say, that cloud cover is coming in. But I think now for whoever's come in, obviously with those pit stops, if you've changed onto new Michelin Cup Sport tyres, then you've got a real good opportunity. As Gabriel Casagrande gets through on old sparring partner Ricardo Mauricio. So Ricardo's got his own race to run and is currently P3 in the class in the Challenge Sport division.
Yeah, he's trying to make up for lost time, but he's obviously got blue flag central, so he's got to get out of the way of the leading competitors. There is Sergio Romayo up into second place as a result of the terrible lap that we've seen from Matheus Ferreira. He was a second slower than everybody on that previous lap. So Sergio Romayo moves up into second position. Let's look at Ferreira's lap time, a 1:38.7. He's losing 7/10 of a second to a second per lap on everybody in the top 5. So there's definitely an issue for Matheus Ferreira, who has dropped to 4th position now, behind Romayo, behind Camilo, as Romayo now goes for the lap maneuver. But watch out, because Thiago Camilo still fancies his chances further back.
Yeah, one of the other things that I've just spotted, you said about Matheus Ferreira, Guilherme Salas in the car that his partner in the Tag Heuer car, the number 1 car, last time around took 1.4 seconds out of the 118, and there is the Tag Heuer car in the background. So I think Guilherme Salas, who is last time around about 4 seconds behind, looking at that previous sector, he's taken 9/10 out of him. So Ferreira's got an issue. Possibly, if it is tyre related, if there is a slow puncture, it won't deflate straight away, but it will hamper the handling. And if it's on that front end, that is going to be understeering like crazy.
And that's, of course, what we did see early on for Marcel Muller. He had to pit in and obviously lost a minute in the pit lane, just getting the tyre changed. We saw that already from the championship leader in the endurance ranks. But now we've got another lead change coming. Here comes Sergio Romeo. He's lining up Camilo Casagrancha. So Casagrancha has not got things his own way. Romeo's going 2/10 of a second a lap quicker than Casagrancha, who's been working very hard to try and stretch the advantage. But Sergio Romeo is lining up a move. Are we going to see yet another race leader here at Interlagos? Not yet. Maybe in a few corners' time, though.
Yeah, I think Gabriel is just keeping that back end of that 992 Carrera Cup car as wide as an 18-wheeler articulated lorry on the M25 as he comes wide coming out of turn 3 at the Curva de Sol and onto the Reta Posta. You could just see how hard they are pushing. And there's rainfall, there's wipers. There's rain.
Oh, my word. We did say that it was changing dramatically quickly, but it is now raining at Interlagos on lap 29 and 30.
The only thing I could say here, Jake, is that it's down at turns 1 to 4, and then it goes dry all of a sudden. So, like Spa-Francorchamps, Interlagos could be wet at one point of the circuit, and the rest could be absolutely bone stock dry. So that's possibly got what kind of situation we've got here. But if that rain starts coming in and it comes southward on the circuit, then bear yourselves, folks, because the pit lane will be busy again as Casagrange and Ramalho still battling away as they head through out of Junção, and then it's going to be up to Sabina's boxes at turns 13 and 14. Up the hill they go. Casagrange trying to apply the power. Ramalho's got the better traction. Coming out the corner, he's looking to the high side.
That'll do. Romeo's got the energy. He comes round the far side of the bleachers and he's going to make it before they even reach the line. Fantastic from Sergio Romeo. He leads here, having got in front of Gabriel Casagrancha. But you can see that the road is shining up now. There is a little bit of surface rain down that straight. The braking point is going to be variable on these first couple of corners of the lap. My goodness me, this is about to become one of the most anarchic spec endurance races you're going to see in 2025. Romeo stretching away from Casagrancha already.
The thing is, at this point, Jake, they don't need to go on to the wet Michelins at the moment because the humidity is creeping up as there is the number 98, and that is a spare car now that Cecilio Rebello has taken ownership of. And the other car, the coolant system was completely drained, so there's no point in bringing that car back out onto the circuit because who knows how many coolant lines and Jubilee clips would have been needed to effect repairs to that car. So that would have literally imploded the engine because of lack of coolant. As soon as it gets above that 120 degree mark, then that's it, game over. You've got a 3.8 litre flat six boxer engine that's going to need a complete rebuild or replacement. But now, look at this. Thiago Camillo closing in on Gabriel Casagrange as they go through Junção once again here on lap 31. And yeah, Casagrange is struggling a little bit. I mean, he had a good run of pace, but then Ramalho and now a man that he's battled tooth and nail in Stock Car Pro Series Brazil is now closing in on his rear diffuser.
I tell you what, people talk about Spa, Suzuka, Silverstone, Laguna Seca. Of all of the circuits in the world, I think it's fair to say that Interlagos is certainly the most entertaining race circuit on the planet. It doesn't matter what you bring here, whether it's Formula One, whether it's WEC, or our beloved Porsches, it just always guarantees drama. It really rises to the occasion. Here comes Thiago Camillo, up in behind Casagrancha, down the back straight and up towards the Subida de Lagos once again. Waiting for the braking point. Trying to dive in. Here comes the challenge from Camillo. He's trying to set up Casagrancha to overshoot in the braking point for the left-hander. Spots of rain on the camera lens now. It's getting feisty.
Yeah, it's now coming through to Descida de Lago here at turns 4 and 5. So that means that the circuit, the rain is moving southwards as Guilherme Salas is closing in on Mateus Ferreira for 4th position in the background whilst we see Casagrange and Camilo battling away over 2nd position. Ramalho now has a 1.1 second advantage. And get this, Max Wilson now up into 16th position ahead of Rubens Barrichello. So Max Wilson, as we know, very, very experienced him and Michael Fassbender, they've made actually a pretty good team. As we see, here is Rubens Barrichello, and he's charging towards and going around the outside of, I think, was that the number 80 car, possibly?
Yes, it is. I think they've got a puncture as well now.
Oh,
that car is listing.
Yeah. And
dive in from the 3 as well. That's a lovely overtaking move there from William Frere, who just makes mincemeat of Andre Rosario.
Have you seen?
Are really struggling here.
Have you seen the gaffer tape that the team have had to use to what? So basically, you've got an inlet air channel, and when Francisco Horta came into pit lane, the bottom part of that wheel arch was literally like an air brake for that car. So whilst the car came into pit lane, the team were quick with the black gaffer tape to secure it back into position. As now Rubens Barrichello closes in on the 93 of Max Wilson.
I'll tell you what, the lap time variation is staggering at the moment. We've got 138s from the leaders with the occasional 137 popping up. 139s all the way back to 142s for the majority of the field. Some cars are really struggling in these high humidity conditions. As up the inside, that is Felipe Fraga diving through to take on Rosario. Sorry, no, that's the 99, isn't it? To put a lap there on the 99 of Vanya Pontes. But that car is currently running in 20th position. They're slowly working their way back. Here's a replay. What are we about to see? That's Trevisan getting into some hot water there by the look of it with Yorio. But Yorio just absolutely dances past. This is what we're talking about. The variation in lap times between some of these cars as the rain is starting to spread further. Look, there's spots of rain at the duckbill now. This is going to go circuit wide in the next few minutes.
Yeah, I mean, the humidity's creeped up to 64%. Track temperature now down to 29 degrees Celsius. As there is the Carrera Sport Car, the number 29. Rodrigo Melo partnering with Caio Collet, new IndyCar signing for AJ Foyt Racing for 2026. As Gabriel Casagrange, he seems to have found a bit more pace. But in the meantime, Matheus Ferreira has lost out to Guilherme Salas in the number 1 Tag Heuer car. So Thiago Camilo, and now we've got Sergio Ramalho's front wiper going. So rain is coming inbound, and it's coming in quickly in terms of intensity.
Look at the lack of grip that the cars have got through Subida de Lagos. Nearly everybody in the top 5 drifting wide. So this is about to get spicy if the rain is going to intensify. Goodness me, what else do we need in this race? We've had everything else that is possible to have. We've had great battles, great overtakes, we've had punches, we've had penalties, we've had a safety car period, and now we've got rain. Look how tricky the battle is going to be now for Sergio Romeo. He's going to be the first one, and it is now wipers all around the circuit. If this rain intensifies, we're going to see several cars slipping off the road. Up the inside now, that could be a chance for Trevisan to dive in on the 11. So that's going to be a potential overtaking move there to work the way further forward. Well, this is fascinating stuff as Trevisan has been able to make the move there on Edu Guedes, and that's just going to be a number of shuffles of the deck.
Yeah, I've just noticed that Guedes has actually got some damage to the right side side skirt as well, so there's a big gaping hole, and that's going to cause some aerodynamic drag on the number 11, so that's going to hamper Edu Guedes on that particular occasion. So he's going to lose a little bit of top line, top speed, especially coming out of Subida's boxes. And there you can see as they head up to the top part into the ducks, you know, in Bico de Pato, and there again it is coming in, Jake. It is definitely intensifying as there we see Vitor Baptista diving to the inside of the number 15, that is of Trevisan, and gets through without no real challenge against it. But the thing is, they're not battling for respective positions overall. It's more the case of, can they get through this? As Sergio Ramalho now closing in on another car. That is the, I think is that the 74?
Yeah, it's just he laps Cifali, so no worries at all to get ahead of Cifali, but oh, this is tricky stuff. As up the inside, here comes Thiago Camilo closing up. We've got Guillermo Salas putting pressure now on Casagrange. And this is instinct stuff now. This is edge of the seat of your pants racing. as everybody is finding it tricky to navigate their way around these greasy conditions. November in the rain in Interlagos. How ironic, because this is the week where we saw that court case for Felipe Massa settle in one way, go against him in the other. And it isn't that long ago in the memory of many motorsport fans, 17 years ago, that we saw a race very similar to the conditions like this change the hands of a championship in the dying embers of the race. And the man who lost out is here this weekend. Felipe Massa, he watches as up the inside, Guillermo Salas gets in a third position now in front of Gabriel Casagrande. When this place gets moist, goodness me, grab a seat, but you're only going to need the edge of it.
And just keep away from your fingernails because you don't want to bite them to the quick. I can guarantee you that of that much. Mateus Ferreira seems to be, along with Sergio Ramalho, the only one that has their wipers on. As we see the dive to the inside of Guilherme Salas on Gabriel Casagrande through into turn one at the centre S's. That was a nice, clean pass. We've still got 82 laps to go out of the 117. But you know what we said about the rain? It seems to be a consistent, small, drizzle that's starting to intensify. So I think it could be that we might be in this kind of situation where the teams will be saying to the drivers, right, stay out. I mean, when Sergio Ramalho, when that car's fastest lap was 1:37.077, Sergio Ramalho on lap 35 did a 1:38.1, and that's only 1.1 seconds. If it's when we see the leaders go into, say, the 140s, the 141s, the 142s, that could be the crossover point.
We'll get this for stress, Alex. When does the pit window open again? 4 minutes.
4 laps time.
Oh, goodness me. This is not going to be easy to predict, because the engineers down in the garages are going to be thinking, right, this is all down to what the driver tells them. 73% humidity. The track temperature has dropped again to 27.5 as the rain starts to sprinkle. And on the inside line, there's a lovely dive from the 66 of Fabio Carboni, who manages to assert himself up the inside line there in traffic. But what a difficult decision this is now for everybody to make. Leading the way in the rookie category now is this car, Costa and Campos, and it is Bruno Campos at the wheel. And they have just set the fastest lap of the race, by the way, a 1:36.497. Well, I say just, they are the car with the fastest lap. They did it quite a while ago, all the way back on lap 24. But this is staggeringly difficult to predict now, Alex, because we are 3 laps away from the pit window opening. What do? Do you put them back on a fresh set of slicks, or do you put them on wets in the hope it's going to get wetter? Don't forget, they're going to spend 6 minutes in the pit lane. That could be a critical mistake to get wrong.
They're going to have to gauge it by understanding what the cloud cover is doing above them, but also the fact of, okay, what's the radar telling them? That's the crucial thing. As we're now seeing the battle, as that is the 246, Vitor Gens, that I think has just been passed. Now, was that? No, that was by the number 29 car. So, Kyle Collette. Who's currently running in P12, so it's about what, they've got to make a decision based on. Now we're seeing like say Bico de Pato, we're seeing some rain spots there on the camera lens, so the rain is inbound, but sometimes it's a case of you've got to make a measured approach. Do we go safe? Because if you put the wets on now, I'm sorry, it's going to be too early to call to make that judgment. You've got to keep it on the slicks because of the fact the cars are still lapping within around 2 seconds of their optimum race pace. And that's going to be quite crucial, as Mateus Ferreira is now past Gabriel Casagrande. And they've just got through, I think that was on car 38. That's Eric Santos and Gabriel Robe, and that car, Eric has not had an easy time. He's all the way down in 33rd position, considering what we saw from Gabriel in the first stint, up 16 places and rounded out the top 10. So it is a case of, do you chance it because you've got 2 laps until that pit stop window opens? Then it opens for 7 minutes. It could be a very busy pit lane. It could be not a very busy pit lane, but it depends on the strategies of the teams, because now the engineers are running out of time to make that crucial decision.
You can actually see the back end of Matias Ferreira's car start to rotate in some of these slower apexes as well. Take a look at the back end of the car. Like you said before, no ABS, no traction control on these cars, so it's all on instinct. You can start to see the rear snap away from some of these competitors. Crazy to think that Gabriel Casagrande was leading the race only about 12 laps ago, and now he is a full 8 seconds or so off the race lead. Absolutely crazy how this race continues to unravel around each other. 6 seconds off the lead. My apologies to Gabriel Casagrande, but the shuffles of the deck we've had in this race so far have been crazy. There is Felipe Fraga battling away with Rubens Barrichello. That's the potential new champion, dicing with the outgoing champion.
Yeah, and that is a change for position. That's 18th on the road. So, folks, grab your soft drink of choice, grab your popcorn, because here at Interlagos for the 500 kilometers, the season finale, not just of Porsche Carrera Cup Brazil, Sprint Challenge Brazil, but Endurance Challenge Brazil, celebrating 20 years. And look at the fans. They are here, come rain, come shine. And it is wonderful to see the love for racing here in good old Brazil.
Do you know what? That is a glorious sight for the championship. The 20th anniversary weekend. And what an amazing kudos that is for the championship after 20 years of racing in this single spec Porsche Carrera Cup Brazil. After 20 years, and it still draws a crowd. It still brings a fantastic plethora of Porsche passionistas who come by their hundreds and thousands to watch these magnificent races at work. And it's always a little bit of a frustration amongst motorsport fans when you see these great races, but the stands are empty. Not this weekend. They are absolutely jam-packed all the way from this point at the bleachers to the first corner and beyond. Wonderful for the championship to have such interest from the fans. Now, also worth keeping an eye on is into the pits. At the opening of the pit window, instantly comes Miguel Paludo, and I'm not really surprised that he's the first one to blink because he's dropped all the way from what was the lead to 8th position. They are really struggling, and so you've got all sorts of interesting challenges coming, but we're going to see several cars duck in. Paludo's come in, so too has Casagrande. Casagrande's also coming, and we've also got Collet. He comes in as well.
Yeah, Alex Santos has also pitted in the 38 cars. So now again, we are hopefully with Thiago Vivacqua, we're not going to have the same issue for the number 14 car, because it's going to be 5 minutes and 57 seconds before that car goes out of the pit lane. So that is basically from the minute they enter to the minute they exit. And it's quite a short pit lane in comparison with a lot of modern day motorsport circuits here at Interlagos. You know, you've got a very, very short run into the pit lane coming out of turn number 14 and heading into turn 15. But then you've got to be very, very measured on your braking. And also with the fact that the pit lane speed limit will be around about 50 to 60 kilometers an hour. So you've got to bang it down to first gear, hard on the brakes, and hit that pit lane speed limiter. Because if you get caught speeding in the pit lane, drive-through penalty is your measure straight afterwards.
45 kilometers an hour is the pit lane speed limit. And the good news is that nobody seems to have exceeded that so far. As into the pit lane together, dueling away out on the circuit. Thiago Camilo following in behind the lapped car there of Marco Billy, sharing that car with his father Maurizio and the superstar from Stock Car Pro Brazil, Gaetano de Moro. But what do you do if you are a team tactician down in the garage? What do you decide to do? I think the only call, as there goes the leader running wide, struggling for grip now, Sergio Aramayo. Well, this is very edgy as Camilo comes in. So too does Marco Gomez, and also I am Cordeyer. So everybody now starting to peel off. But what do you do? Do you decide to just stick it out on slicks and pray? Or do you gamble? Do you go for wets? It's difficult because you've got 6 minutes stationary in pit lane. This could be a last-minute decision in the mandatory pit stop window.
Yeah, and there you see the bonnet up on the number 16 car. So that car is now being prepped, and there is... there you go, a traditional fuel pump like you get at your normal service station. And yeah, it's just the case of in Porsche Sports Cup Swiss, you have one person on that refueling job, nobody else. So you can't work on the car. Whilst refueling is happening, it is a safety hazard if you have more than one person. So that's why the regulations in these kind of endurance races, it will be the case of one person alone. And then until that happens, then who's that jogging down the pit lane? Ala Jensen Button, I wonder.
That's interesting. You don't really tend to get that too often in Porsche Brazil. Thank goodness that the drone's on it, trying to give us a little bit of an insight into who that is. Unfortunately, we were following from the rear of the car rather than from the front of the driver there jogging down pit lane. 55 versus 27 as Sergio Romeo tries to put a lap down then on the 55 car. That is the car belonging to Carlos Ruiz Jr. So that means they've lapped everybody up to P26. We've got Casagrande in, Peludo in, Collet in, Guedes, Pisani, Marco Billi, Thiago Vivacqua, Edu Santos. Everybody down the order then, choosing to come into the pits. Who else is coming on this lap? Well, Jeff Giassi has watched as Bruno Campos brings it in. Giassi stays out. Also pit lane bound is Wilson, so he will hand the car back over to the Hollywood actor Michael Fassbender as we watch the 23 Vitor Batista still playing around. You can even see the rain haze on the start-finish line now. The wind speed was at 9 kilometers an hour though at one point though, Alex, and it's dropped all the way back to 2. Is this going to be just a slight dampening of the circuit rather than a full downpour?
It depends on how the weather's going to react in, the next few moments, Jake. It's as we rightly touched on earlier, it is going to be the case of how the teams react, and if they have to do emergency pit stops, could that happen? Yes. And when you think about it, there are some drivers who are sticking it out there. Sergio Ramalho is going to stick that out there as long as humanly possible, and who want to bring that car to Josimar Jr. in a very, very strong position. And with running, at a 1:38.2, that's still pretty good, consistent pace on slick Michelin Cup Sport tyres, even though he's getting a little, the back end, the damper rebound coming through through turn 5 at Descida de Lago. You can see the rear suspension working overtime as there we see Max Wilson out of the car. Michael Fassbender now ready, helmet on, as the German-Irish actor ready to go in. And someone holding there. I'm just trying to remember who that is. Now that face looks familiar. That's Basti Borowski, who worked with Michael on the Road to Le Mans project alongside him in the pit lane. But still, this pit window is about 1 minute and 40 away from closing in, as we're seeing a lot more drivers come in now. Ferreira has come in. We're seeing a lot of activity. Jeff Giassi is in. And that rain haze that, Jake, you were talking about is starting to linger a little bit more. But I'm trying to keep an eye on what the weather's doing here in Interlagos. And it is, it is still up in the air. And when you think about it, that wind has dropped. The humidity has gone up to 64%. So maybe the weather front might be in for a little while longer, but you never know.
Nothing is ever certain at Interlagos, that is for sure. There is Mingo Peludo back behind the wheel. Alan Helmeister, I should say. Back behind the wheel of the number 7 car once again. Back out on circuit, as there finally is Sergio Romeo coming in. He will hand his car over to Josimar Junior. Tyres come off, new ones will go on. But the question is, which ones? Some of the drivers obviously choosing to leave their pit stop under this second pit stop window as late as is humanly possible, because you know, with the rain still falling, as we look at Alcifel Manito back behind the wheel of the Rusty's Lightning McQueen car, and he's got windscreen wipers ablaze. If
was that just
downpour now?
Yeah.
Wow.
Now, I had to do a double take. Josimar Jr. got the wheel gun in his hand and was taking off the left front on the 27 car. Yeah, he was. Yeah. He was there like saying, come on, guys, get your backsides in gear. We need to change the tyres.
So now Rubens Barrichello is back in, handing his car over to his son, FIFO. And of course, we've got Max Wilson in to hand the car back over to the Steve Jobs actor, Michael Fassbender. As there goes Alcy Feldman-Nito past the pits. All the way up to the brim, mate. 95 unleaded, please.
Yeah.
It's not quite as straightforward as that.
Yeah, keep the change.
It's not quite as foregone conclusion as down your local dealership, but
No.
certainly the safety of these 6-minute pit stops certainly make it seem quite leisurely in the pit stop. It essentially hits the pause button on the race for 6 minutes for the drivers and allows them a chance to just reset, gather up the emotions and get it all back together again. Alcy Feldman-Nito, though, is back on the charge, and out onto the circuit again goes Linu Perez, taking back over from Beto Gressa, and that's the 29 that he's out on circuit with. So Rodrigo Melo has got back behind the wheel of the 29 car. Where is the treble 8 in relation to the race? Well, he's in 28th according to the timing screens, but of course, bear in mind that we've still got quite a few drivers in pit road, so that's going to shake its way back into prominence again. I've been looking at the minimum pit stop times again as well, and so far, nobody else has run the gauntlet for the minimum mandatory pit stops. So I think we're okay for many of the drivers here. It's going to be fascinating to see how it goes. Vito Bacista's got to come into the pits during this pit stop window, though. Although the pit stop window is now finished.
Yeah.
Because their last pit stop was 20 minutes. So it is a mandatory pit stop window. I'm not sure if they've decided to carry on or not, because their last pit stop, they've only been in once, and that was a 20-minute pit stop. But we could be getting a drive-through here for Vito Bacista.
Well, who knows if it might even be further exacerbated, because 6 minutes, could that be? Well, I mean, at the end of the pit lane, if there's a box that they can actually stop and hold them for, well, there doesn't look to be, but drive-through would be the best thing. As now Costa hands over to Bruno Campos. Michael Fassbender now gets back behind the wheel of the 93.
I just want to take into context of this. They've been out for a 34-lap stint, which is almost double the length of a normal stint that we've had in the pit stop window. Yes, okay, they've had a 20-minute pit stop, but they've still got to make mandatory pit stops at the right time. That car's going to run out of fuel if they're not careful.
I know, my apologies. It was not Josimar Jr. It was one of the mechanics on the number 27 car that was saying, you know, haul your backsides over here. I mean, that just shows how much passion and emotion from the. And it's not just the drivers. There are so many unsung heroes. They're the people that help prepare these cars, the engineers, the mechanics. They. Like we do here in commentary, we all love, we all live, we all breathe this sport, and I think I'm going to use a term, a summarization of what John Heindel once says, that if you don't like it, well, you've got a rock for a heart.
We've got a drive-through penalty coming for Giassi and Monostoni. They've exited the pit lane a good 24 seconds earlier than they should have done. So that's definitely going to be a drive-through penalty for Giassi and Monostoni. The intensity of the moment has got the better of them, and they forgot about the minimum mandatory there. By comparison, Camperato and Ferreira, who also had a 3-second handicap, were 1.8 over. So that's the difference in getting it right and getting it wrong. Everybody else has adhered to the minimum pit stop time. As off the road goes Matthias Camperato as he duels away there with Alcy Feldman-Nito on his way back out of pit lane.
I think one of the big things now is that with these tyres, they have a certain activation window and then also a certain shelf life. As Sadak Leite now returns onto the track, having been given back the car by Fabio Carbone, 6 minutes 2.0 on their pit stop. So good for them. There's still a few others. The pairing of Christian Moore and Enzo Elias. The number 3 car now going into the hands of Andre Rosario, who will now take the wheel. Josimar Jr. now out. Alceo Feldman out, now taking over from back over from Guilherme Salas in the number 1 Tag Heuer car. These strategy calls that are made, they have to be done to a pinpoint kind of accuracy. Now, there's one thing that I've noticed, Jake, that Alceu Felmanito is the only one that has got the centre-mounted front windscreen wiper, as it's 3 wide. Holy moly. Or words to that effect that I could actually say on a broadcast like this.
Well, indeed. I think Marco Pisani very nearly got pinched there on the way through.
And as you said, 9-11, pit stop, penalty, drive through.
It's not complicated. You know that you've got a 5-minute 57 pit stop window, but in the intensity of trying to get the cars out there, you suddenly just forget all protocol and go straight into it. It's up the inside. There goes the Tag Heuer car, Alceu Feldman, who exited the pit lane while running in 3rd position. There's the confirmation of the drive-through penalty for Jeff Gyasi alongside his teammate Silvio Morostoni, who shouldn't have left the pits quite so eagerly. Diego Nunez hands the lead of this race back over. And when the musical chairs have stopped, it'll be fascinating to see who leads this race. Let's have a replay. This is Alan Hellmeister tucked up behind the 83. That's going to be a slang dunk overtake, isn't it? Very nicely done there from Alan Hellmeister to get ahead of Maurizio Billi, who's taken back that car. Now we're going to get to see a real duel. This is for position. Alceu Felmanito battling with Caio Chavez. 2 fired-up teenagers battling their way to the first turn. Alceu Felmanito dicing away here with the 87 of Caio Chavez. Who's going to get to the first corner first? Oh, it's brave from the Lightning McQueen car of Alceu Felmanito. He's going to try and run it right around the outside. Has to bail out of it as Caio Chavez holds the initiative. And we've got more great battles heading down to the Subida de Lagos as once again the number 12 of Marco Pisani is in the middle of it all. It's Renan Guerra behind the wheel, my apologies, as he now tucks up behind Christian Hahn with Leonardo Sanchez taking that car for the first time. But this is excellent stuff. Here comes the move potentially now from the comeback kid, Christian Hahn, trying to dive in. That might still happen. He's made it work. The back end kicks out and he finishes it. Lovely. And now Guerra will follow.
That's what you like at Bicatapato. You know, one car makes the move and the other one behind, right behind there. So, you know, well timed. It was just nice and neat. And you can see how close the cars were. I mean, the 15 decided, I don't want any part of this. And then Christian Hahn says, right, hold my Fanta, I'm coming through.
Great battles between these two as well. Chavez versus Alceu Felmanito, and it's Felmanito in the Lightning McQueen Rust-Ease car that drifts wide and almost loses the back end of the car, keeping his foot planted on the gas pedal.
Yeah, I think that was through Decidio de Lago possibly, is on the flashes is Christian Hahn in the 26 car. And there's a couple of cars up ahead, which includes, I think that was the, I think that might have been the 90, I think that was the 99 car. I'm not 100% sure. It's difficult sometimes to try and catch the, catch everything, but there you see, now that is Alceu Feldman, and he's got through on Josimar Jr. for the race lead.
Yeah, that's for the race lead, because obviously that was making their way past the 56 car coming out of pit lane. So that is for the race lead for the first time. That Tag Heuer car comes up to the lead, and look who's about to get into second place. Alceu Felmanito gets past Josimar Jr. as well. So father and son are 1 and 2. How about that?
All I can say is keep your eyes on the car behind. That's Caio Chavez in the 87. Now there is Mateus Comparato. So like we had at the beginning of the race here, Jake, we could have a quintet of Porsches at the sharp end contesting for the race lead here at this stage. And we've still got over 70 laps to go.
Well, Josimar Jr., reality has set in after all the hard work from Sergio Romeo. He now finds himself losing time to the pro drivers around him. But full credit to Josimar Jr., the man who won everybody's hearts last year. He was racing in that number 27 car in a very different livery. This year he carries his commercial sponsors, of course, on that particular car. But last year, and all season long, with a tribute to the late, great Ayrton Senna da Silva, who obviously passed away 30 years ago last year, as many drivers were carrying tributes. Josimar Jr.'s was the most striking, as he actually raced with his Porsche 992 in the livery of Ayrton Senna's racing helmet. Absolutely gorgeous. Now father is being taken on by son. Oh, there you go. Daddy has been overtaken by the boy wonder. Now we've got another new race leader, and it's Manito.
I think I've lost count of how many lead changes we've had so far, but that was just absolute textbook from son on father. Dives to the inside, neat as you like, plenty of room given. And one thing you don't want to do is the father making contact with the son.
Move over, Dad. I'm coming through. I don't think Feldman Sr. would have had any issue with that at all. He loves racing with his boy, and he will be so proud that if he's going to lose the lead of this race, it was to his offspring. What a great way for this race to continue on. Right, there is Meister, who's worked his way all the way back, by the way, to P7. He's now trying to take on Pedro Bozel up the road. But Pedro Bozel having a great run of it. 39 laps in this stint for Vitor Batista. That car is going to be dangerously close to running out of fuel unless they come in. They've got quite a long time until the next pit stop window. I think they're in danger of running out of fuel, you know.
Yeah, I kind of would agree with you on that front, Jake, because there's only so much there's only so much fuel that the car could take in there, to be honest with you.
I'm trying to do the math very quickly.
It's
100 laps at the course.
It's 110 litres for the 911 GT3 Cup car. So
that's got to be pushing it. That's got to be pushing it. Maybe there's only about 5 or 6 laps left in that tank.
Yeah, well, sorry, it's 110 litres for the Carrera cars and 89 for the Challenge cars, I would approximate.
Yeah.
So they're dangerously
that much
close.
Before, yeah, they can't be that much longer before they've got to come in. They've now done 40 laps on that fuel tank. And of course, if they run out of fuel, that's going to be catastrophic. If they come in outside the pit window, they'll get a penalty. So they've really put themselves into an impossible lose-lose situation. Meanwhile, Camperato is now taking on the Hebron 27 car of Yosemar Junior for third position.
Yeah, that, like you say, coming back to Vitor Batista and Leonardo Herman, that car, I think, might be minimal on fuel at the moment. That is, I haven't seen a car, you know, like, say, 30 minutes I would understand, you know, but we're now what? That car has been on, what was it? They did a 20-minute pit stop, like you said. And
they've done 40 laps. That's over an hour.
Yeah, that's an hour and that's an hour and 10 minutes. That's an hour and 10 minutes. So that's going to be very, very marginal. As now Josimar Jr. is being hassled and hustled along. Mateus Comparato to the inside, and he's going to go wheel to wheel through into turn 15. And the 18-year-old from downtown Sao Paulo gets through, or does he? Josimar Jr. gets the overspeed round the outside.
Down to the braking zone. Who's going to get this inside apex? Camperato finishes it off, but great credit to Josimar Jr. for trying to put the whippersnapper in his place. But Josimar Jr. having to give best to the teenage sensation, as we've now got the reality of a pair of 18-year-olds up front in this incredible field. Well, a 17-year-old, sorry. Manito, the man from Curitiba, leads this race. But the 18-year-old Matias Camperato from right here in Sao Paulo, really enjoying himself. And the local crowd will be absolutely adoring the fact that their new boy wonder sensation in Porsche Carrera Cup, having been the only rookie in Carrera Cup's lead category this year. Absolutely fantastic work from him. He obviously was racing against the new girl, Antonella Bassani, for most of the season, but of course, as she had been racing and a champion in Challenge, she was not technically regulated as a rookie, as that is the number 1 of Manito repassing Josimar Jr. So I wonder if he's gone off the road somewhere and we didn't see it, because he managed to get back into second place. Well, I think Feldman Sr. has...
Nito's slowing!
Oh no, not again. Not again. He's got a puncture. Oh, how many leaders are we going to lose to punctures in this race? Manito is the latest to fall. And so his father takes back the lead of the race, but he's carrying on.
I don't think it's puncture related. I think there's something wrong with the car. He got a sudden slowdown of power. If that powertrain or that gearbox is back up to fighting speed, but whether there was an electrical system problem or maybe powertrain, you know, these cars have a sequential paddle shift operated 6-speed gearbox, not like the traditional PDK that you see in the road car going cars. As now Josimar Jr. is going to look to a late braking move up the inside into the Cena de Largo. They nearly touch.
Well, that looked like a misfire then for Alcifel Manito. 5 seconds lost in the third sector, and he now is down in 4th position behind Feldman, Camperato, and Josimar Junior, and under severe threat from Caio Chavez. We thought it was a puncture initially. It's not. It's clearly a technical glitch. He must have had no gears, a box full of neutrals coming out of Jinsao.
I think it was more the case if he found the gear, then maybe the engine wasn't quite willing, because sometimes there can be that problem. And I said, obviously, about the pit stops. They've got to be very, very careful, because it's a safety fuel cell. It's got to be very, very tight when they re-put on the cap, you know, because they're putting it in with a domestic fuel filler nozzle that you would see at your local petrol station. So that has cost Alceu Feldman Nito 3 places. So he's behind Josimar Jr. And Matheus Comparato is now only 1.25 seconds behind Alceu Feldman in terms of the battle for the race lead. As now we cross the line, 50 laps completed, 67 to go.
And goodness knows who is going to get the race victory in this one. It is the craziest Porsche endurance race I have ever seen so far in this category. We've had some real cookers in the past. At Rio de Hondo last year in Argentina, we had all sorts of melees. Both of the visits to Estoril in the last 2 years have been humdingers, and last year's finale at Interlagos was a good one, but nothing has been as crazy as this. Absolutely insane. As Josimar Junior runs past, I've noticed there he's actually carrying the Jesus Saves stickers on the car. That was used, of course, by Alex and Andre Ribeiro back in the day in their various disciplines. Alex Ribeiro used to carry those stickers in Formula One back in the day.
I'm going to bring a name back from the past, Adriano Medeiros as well.
Yes, indeed. He used to race in Formula Ford in the UK.
Yep. And runs a team that actually has that logo on it under that name as well. But I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, we're going to see a replay here. Now, this is where you can see.
It happened at the foot of the hill. Something's going wrong there. So you're right, it wasn't a box of neutrals. I think the engine was going almost into kill mode.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that, you know, there's possibly a sensor that might have caused the car to sort of just drop off and hit the, what we would call the MIL light, the engine management light on the car. So straight away, you might have just had to reset the car quickly on the fly. You know, like, that's why he stuck the hazards on. And so, you know, he came through Jinsao. The car then basically jolted forwards. He was hard on the brakes, pulled to the left-hand side, which was actually good spatial awareness from Felmanito, because he knew that there were faster cars coming up towards him. So sometimes you've got to be, you know, you've got to think of, okay, right, how do I calmly get out of this situation? Okay, the quickest thing with the car is switch it off and switch it back on again. Control out, delete.
So let's try and take stock of the situation on lap 52. Tell you what, it's pretty difficult at the moment because it's all been particularly crazy at the moment. Alceu Feldman Sr. is leading the way in the #1 Tag Heuer Porsche ahead of Matthias Camperato, the leading sport class driver. Then Josimar Junior in front of Alceu Feldman Nito, who has been leading this race in the past. So too is Josimar Junior. So too, very briefly, was Matthias Camperato. Caio Chavez has not been in the lead at any point so far. Alan Hellmeister almost took the lead earlier on. Then Pedro Bozel, Ferter, Sales, Malucelli in the top 10. And behind the top 10, we've got Marcel Muller having made his way all the way back to P15. So they're not out of the realms of possibility of getting this win back. They're 44 seconds off the lead, which is about how much they really, in reality, lost. So...
yeah,
there's an opportunity. They could get this back. They've made up about 16 of the seconds they lost in that pit lane. If they can do that a couple more times, they might still grab a podium.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is also another race leader, Christian Hahn, that car that he's sharing with Felipe Batista is now currently down in 22nd position and has just got past Saraclete in the 66 Challenge car, which is leading the Challenge division overall in 23rd position. And that's a pretty good run considering the car started P30, and that car was a little bit higher up towards the bottom end of the top 20.
Pit stop, Alex. It's Victor Batista. They finally come in on the 44th lap, 43rd lap, sorry, of that stint, and they're having to pit outside the pit window. That's going to give them a penalty. I did think that 43 laps was really pushing the gauntlet of what this car can do in terms of a fuel stop. They're now having to refuel outside the pit window. That's going to give them a penalty for sure. Here comes Camperato, though. He wants the lead off Alcy Feldman Sr.
Yeah, and that early sprinkling of rain, it seems to have faded into insignificance, but the wind has picked up again, Jake, 5 kilometers an hour, and the humidity is around about 63%. The track temperature has dropped now to just over 27.2 degrees, air temperature 25.5, so the humidity is still picking up, but here comes Matheus Camperato with the bit between his teeth. He's on the flashers. Alceo Feldman's got to defend this one, but no, he's not. He's going to pull to the inside. Camperato with a side draft, swings round the outside at turn 15. New race leader as we start lap 53.
The umpteenth lead change in this race as we go into lap number 54. Absolutely fantastic from Matheus Camperato. What an amazing comeback drive from that car to get back into the lead once again. Just a fantastic start to this race so far. We're almost at the full distance of a Formula One Grand Prix, 300 kilometers, 71 laps. And there is still so much time for this race to change as we get to the 1 hour 40 minute mark. There's still so much to do in this incredible race here at Interlagos, and so many more lead changes across all 6 classes to come, I'm sure. But Matheus Camperato, the 18-year-old from down the road here in Sao Paulo, hits the front, and the locals will be absolutely ecstatic.
I'm sure there was a big round of applause and a big cheer from the bleachers, because they've got the I mean, what we have seen in this race is now they get past Saraclete in the 66 Challenge leading car, and Alceo Feldman quickly gets through as Saraclete pulls the left-hand side and goes, "Right, sir, after you. My race isn't with you." And the good thing is that when you look at what's happening, and I have to say here, the 21 car, the Challenge rookie division leader with Daniel Neumann and Gustavo Bandeira, they are really cooking as well. They're up to P26, and that car started, where was it? I'm trying to look now on 32nd. When we went green nearly an hour and 3 quarters ago.
Let's not forget that the new race leaders, Matheus Camperato and Matheus Pereira, are the youngest partnership in this entire race. They are both 18 years of age. We've talked a lot about Matheus Camperato, but let's not forget that Matheus Pereira has Porsche racing running through his DNA, a former race winner in F4 Brazil and in the F4 Winter Series out in Europe, but this season he's been racing in the Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland Series in Germany. Yeah. So this has been a fantastic run for him as we watch again Camperato getting that side draft and storming past Alcy Feldman to take the lead. But that is the 18-year-old race team, because both drivers in the field are 18. The youngest team in the race is now the one that leads it.
Yeah, Matheus Ferreira would have been competing against the likes of Robert De Haan, Janis Diak, and also a fellow Brit who was competing for the, who's part of the 6th Carrera Cup Deutschland Young Talent Academy, fellow Brit Joe Warhurst, who's also been doing some driver coaching. I managed to pull him into the commentary box for the 2-hour Enduro race at Misano for Porsche Sports Cup Suisse finale back in the second half of October this year. But there's a lot of talent that are really showing great credence and great prowess in Porsche Carrera Cups across the world, like we talked about in qualifying yesterday. So there is so much talent, and I would love to see a lot more drivers, possibly from Europe, maybe the Middle East to come and compete in an endurance race as well, because that would really bring a nice another dimension to the endurance challenge here in Brazil.
Well, we certainly had the Portuguese drivers coming over and having a play when we went to Portimao and Estoril earlier this year. Nobody will forget the storming drive that Antonio Felix da Costa put in Estoril earlier this year in the second of our endurance races. Any chance he gets to get behind the wheel of a Porsche Carrera Cup Brasil car on home soil, he will take it. He did so last year. He did so again this season. A real fillet for the Porsche brand to have their Formula E superstar, Antonio Felix da Costa, putting on such a fantastic showcase for the brand.
Yeah, no longer with them, actually. He's moved on.
That's a real shame. That's a real shame.
It is, but when you think about what Antonio in his race career, he's done appearances in Stock Car Pro Series Brasil. He's raced in Formula, he's raced in pretty much every single seater category that you can think of in terms of beta series but it's like other drivers like Filipe Albuquerque, another well-known Portuguese driver who's raced pretty much anything and everything. Also, like we said about Red Bull Juniors, Filipe Albuquerque and Antonio Felix da Costa were also part of that list.
Yeah, the two men from Portugal who have done everything there is to do in the sport other than race Formula One. Still, windscreen wipers ablaze for Matthias Camperato. So that's interesting. 63% humidity, 6 kilometers an hour wind speed. I'll be getting a few more spots of rain at various points on the course. Here comes the move up the inside line. That's going to be a hard charging move there from the 38. Gabriel Harbour diving up the inside to unlap himself from Yosemar Junior. But he's got to leave space. That's the blue flag waving for him. Forget it. I'm quicker. I'm going through.
Yeah, I mean, Gabriel's really shown a good turn of pace in the number 28 car, partnering with Eric Santos, a good friend who's actually been doing a lot of racing in Europe. I mean, talking of Hollywood superstars that have made a return to Porsche racing this year, Patrick Dempsey returned with Sportec Racing, headed up by Head of Motorsport, and a man who has raced pretty much everything, DTM, one of the stalwarts for Audi Sport in their LMP1 days, Marcel Fessler. I had the pleasure of meeting Patrick at Monza at the Temple of Speed. So it's great to see that drivers like, say, Patrick Dempsey, who made his racing return to the Porsche Motorsport family, alongside Patrick Long, of all people, who he coaxed out of retirement to go into the Porsche Sprint Challenge America in 2024. So that's the thing. Michael Fassbender has had such a love since the young age of racing, and now him and Max Wilson on pace in their class are P3 and they're 19th overall. So good going. But, we've got a yellow. Yeah.
That's the yellow and black checkered flag. That's the half distance point, I do believe.
Yeah. So we are now, 60 laps to go.
Wow.
And pit stop window, Jake, opens in 2 laps.
Yep. Oh, my word. It's all going to kick off again here. That's going to be the halfway point. That's going to be pit stop window number 3. So there's going to be a minimum of 5 pit stops in this race in total.
Interesting you mentioned about pit stops. Leonardo Herman and Vitor Baptista's car has been in the pit lane for nearly 10 minutes.
Yeah, they've clearly got more than just empty fuel tanks. They've got to figure out exactly what the issue is with that car. I wonder if they're leaving the car in there to get back in sequence. I think that's probably what's happening there with that particular car, although I've just said that and Leonardo Herman's left the pits, so forget it. I was obviously wrong, unless they're going to try and stretch it out in this particular stint again, and then they'll try and get back in sequence in the next pit stop window. Oh, that's all gone wrong. That was a big charge up the inside line there from Carlos Campos, and he's ended up tagging the side of the 83 car as it tried to unlap itself there. So that's all gone horribly wrong indeed into the side of Maurizio Billy. No, that was for position, my apologies. So that's gone very badly wrong indeed. And so Carlos Campos will be ending the move there on Maurizio Billy as we look at FIFA Barrichello. So let's have a replay. This is what happens when you mistime the braking zone.
oh, this does not bode well. And it's 2x2 Noah's Ark style. And then bang, there's the contact.
Oh, yeah, that was
On a second impact as well, straight away. So flash of the lights from the 14. There's the first impact. And then there's the second one straight after.
He just missed his braking point completely by about 12 meters, I would say. And, well, that's going to be a very unhappy Maurizio Billi, who's sharing that car, of course, with his son Marco and Gaetano De Moro, the superstar in Stock Car Pro. Right, father and son are back together, second and third, as Arcifel Manito has got himself back together with daddy. So let's see if the battle is going to be another good one between father and son.
Yeah, yeah, it's going to be interesting on that front. To be honest with you, I've just spotted. Okay, I have to welcome into the YouTube chat on the English stream, Felipe Laza, who's asking for a live timing link of all things. Good to see you, Felipe. Good to see you also at Monza earlier on this year. I'm not too sure if we can provide one of those, but I'm sure he's keeping an eye on his good friend, Mr. Michael Fassbender, who I have to say is doing a stellar job. I mean, when you partner someone with, you know, when he started, he was racing in the 991 Carrera Cup cars. When the Road to Le Mans program started with Felipe, Richard Leitz was also involved. Matt Campbell was also involved in the latter stages when they ran the number 93 Proton competition car at the 2022 running of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Right, okay, 14 has just been given a 5-second penalty for the contact with 83 at turn 1.
Predictable, but nonetheless deserved, I'm afraid, for Carlos Campos, missing his braking point and spearing into the side of Maurizio Billi. Didn't take long for Arcifel Manito to get back on terms with his father. Up through there, we saw the overtaking move at the Pico de Pato. Worked his way through into second position, and now he's going after Matis Camperato, but the pit stop window is now open. And into the pits, first of all, comes Josimar Junior, along with Pedro Bozel. So Junior staying in the car for as little time as possible. Watch what happens when Sergio Romayo gets back behind the wheel. That's going to be charging its way back up to the sharp end once again. But once more, this halfway point pit stop rotation is going to be fascinating. We are now 58 laps to go, 59 laps completed. So that was the yellow and black checkered flag. A fascinating situation as we get to the halfway stage of this race. 1 hour and 50 minutes was the halfway point. So if things keep going as they are, that means we're going to be racing for about 3 hours and 40 minutes roughly. But of course it's 3 hours 40 or 4 hours 15, depending on which is actually going to play out. But if the rain stays as it is, unpredictable and minimal, then we should have a fairly rapid race conclusion as it stands. Is Matis Camperato coming in? Not yet.
I mean, there's still another 6 minutes and 20 seconds to go. I am going to try and find a live timing link for you, Felipe. If I can find one, I'll send you a link on Instagram.
Well,
that's probably the best way.
I think they're actually helping Felipe in the live chat for you, so no need to oblige. I think they're getting it sorted out. That's what I love about the YouTube stream. Everybody wants to help each other out. We're all here because we love motorsport the same way as each other. Well done, guys. Keep the community afloat. So Matis Camperato leads the way here from Alci Manito. As into the pits comes Alci Senior from third place. That hands third place for the moment to Alan Hellmeister, who is now working his way through the traffic. That's him putting a lap on Gabriel Roba. Alan Hellmeister, this is what I was saying. They're staying consistent. And so Hellmeister and Paludo could well take the victory here long term. It's going to be tough for Camperato and Ferreira to sustain the pace they've got. We saw them really put the effort down in Estoril, and they ended up coming a cropper with a puncture. But everybody else appears to have had the bad luck this time. So it's still not done yet, but the youngest team in the field is leading the way at the third pit stop window.
It's just incredible. Like we are seeing so many of these drivers just really, really pushing like crazy. And that's the big thing. It is about how, as we've said this so many times through qualifying and free practice. I mean, I have to give a shout out to another 18-year-old who took the Sprint Challenge Swiss Class 1 title in the same car that the Carrera Cup drivers are. Ethan Isher who also is running with Sportec Racing this season, secured the title with one race to go at Misano World Circuit Marco Simoncelli. And there are so many great young talents that are going from karting and from Formula 4 that go, well, let's look at another pathway. And when you look at someone, and I'm going to throw a big name into the hat, Nick Tandy, from his humble beginnings to becoming a Porsche Works driver, and I think he's the only British driver that is still a Works factory Porsche driver, along with the likes of Kevin Estra, Lawrence Van Tor, et al.
Yeah, very strong and spirited work from Nick Tandy, one of the many who's benefited from switching disciplines at the right time to work his way up the Porsche ladder. Pit stops galore here at Interlagos. That is the 15 car in pit lane, also the 87 car in pit lane. So that is the car that is currently being shared around by Chavez, Camilo and Monteiro. So this is a fascinating lineup. You've got three generations of superstars there. Nelson Monteiro, Thiago Camilo and Caio Chavez all in that car. Alcifer Benito will hand the car back over to Gabriel Casagrancia. Their chance of taking back the lead in this race just kick-started again.
Now, one interesting thing here, Jake. Look what we're seeing. Sunshine and shadows in the pit lane.
Yeah,
so that's what we wanted to see, as now Matheus Camparato brings the 118 car into pit lane with 3 minutes to go in the pit stop window. Now, the teams can enter at any point during that 8 minutes. So as long as they've got through there, that is fine, and then still exercise the 6 minute pit stop, or with regards to obviously the differentials like we've got with Carlos Ruiz and son Carlos Ruiz Jr., they have to be 5 minutes 47 seconds in the pit lane. And their last pit stop was a 5 minute 51.0. So, you know, sometimes, and this is how so old school some teams can be, folks. They will have someone that will have a good old 3-button stopwatch with a lanyard strap around their hand.
Yeah, nothing works like the old analog chronometers. Don't trust these digital things. They can run out of battery. They can go wrong. Stick with the old analog stuff, just like in the Le Mans 24 hours back in the day. 2 minutes left of the pit stop window. So the last couple of drivers.
Mas eu vou amolecer mais pouquinho, porque vai ficar pior. Eu vou amolecer daqui.
Gabriel Robb and Matheus Roque, also Caio Castro and Maurizio Billy are going to leave it right until the bitter end for their pit stop rotation. So everybody bringing it into pit lane, and it all takes a little bit of a sigh of relief from all of us in the commentary booth, because that resets the balance for us a little bit. So fascinating stuff so far, and it's still really unpredictable at this point as to which car is going to emerge as the overall leader here. We've got the number 8 of Felbenito and Casagrancia. They're in with a good shout. Hellmeister and Paludo cannot be counted out here, running at about 3rd or 4th overall at the time of the pit stop rotation. Even senior Alci Feldman has got a good shot here, working in collaboration with Guillermo Salas. They could still come up with the goods. Obviously, Camparato and Ferreira making good work of things as they try to continue their charge forward. There's been big progress from Muller and Fraga in the 544 and Hana Batista in the 26 after their earlier punctures. And the Barrichello boys, Rubinson and FIFO, it's not done yet for them, you know. It's still plenty of dramas and still chapters to be written. We've still got half the race distance pretty much still to go here, and there's a lot that can still change hands.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, we've still got 54 laps of this race to go, but we are coming very, very close to the end of the pit stop window. But the 83 has been in and out, and they were in for just under 6 minutes and 3 seconds. So it's going to be interesting to see. But the thing is, now we've got that sunshine showing. So from that perspective, this is going to put the teams and the drivers in a better frame of mind, because now they can go, right, we've got sunshine. There's going to be a little bit of additional warmth going onto the circuit. And that is going to be crucial for the warm-up phases of these Michelin Cup Sport tyres. So now the pit stop window has officially closed after the 8 minutes.
And everybody has managed to get in just in the nick of time. But that is good news. Out onto the circuit then goes Guillermo Salas, taking back over the driving seat of the number 1 Tag Heuer car. He will obviously finish the race as well, because with 5 pit stops, the drivers, the cars that have got 3 drivers in them will get 2 stints each. The cars with 2 drivers in them will get 3 stints each. So out onto the circuit, the number 1 trying to work its way back up to speed and following in the wake of Caio Castro, I think that is, in the 22 car that he's sharing with Danilo Dirani.
Yeah, I think it's you know, when you've got so many drivers, like 80 plus here for this, and like you say, with regards to this, the 6 minutes is an opportunity for, as you said, for drivers to calm down, take a little bit of a chill pill, relay information for the driver that will be going out onto the circuit now and say, okay, right, grips at a premium, let's say Junção, turn 12. So they'll feed back that information, and it won't be a big overbearing of information. They'll just tell each other what the other one needs to know, as if to say, right, watch out for here, watch out for here. This bit's a little bit sketchy, but this, you know, everything else is fine. And it also gives the teams, the engineers, to communicate with the drivers respectively. So that's going to help them big time.
So now the sun has come out, and it's going to be back to normal proceedings. I know what you're sitting there at home thinking as you watch along. Oh, come on, a bit of rain would have spiced things up a bit. It doesn't need spicing up. In a spec endurance race, the ebb and flow of the changing strategies and tactics is what keeps this race interesting. From stint to stint, it's about who can get the best out of the car, the best out of the tyres. The track temperatures are going to go up now, 28.1 degrees Celsius already. So it's getting pretty spicy back into this race again, as I do believe the 83 has now got a penalty.
Right. I think I've just seen 9.5 minutes just being applied, so
yeah,
I'm gonna let me work this out, and I'll find out now. So bear with me a second.
Well, that is a very long penalty going the way of.
Well, it's got off the timing screen, so I did have a chance. Too late, Alex.
Well, it is going to come back on our live feed, of course. So we'll get an idea when that gets applied to our live stream, because obviously it goes on the timing screen first, then it gets put onto the live stream. But that's a 9.5 minute penalty coming the way of the 83. So I'm not entirely sure what that's for. That's Maurizio Billy, isn't it, with Gaetano De Mono and Marco Billy?
Yeah, it's if ever you want a draconian penalty, that's just set it in motion.
Well, there's Ferreira getting back out onto the circuit again, well clear of the number 1 Tag Heuer Porsche, and there goes Miguel Peludo back on track, and he's going to get back out just behind Sergio Romeo in the 27 car. So it's time to reignite those race battles. You're going to get plenty over the next half an hour or so. Warming up the tyres again, weaving from side to side, trying to get the temperature back into these tyres and brakes. But Guillermo Salas now has a mission. Get after that teenage whippersnapper, Matías Ferreira, who has had nothing but Porsche Carrera Cup intensity this season in the Deutschland Championship. It's almost like a world championship for Porsche Carrera Cup. Such is the wealth of the talent in the Deutschland series. And of course, with Deutschland being the home nation of Porsche, it's written into the DNA of this car's code. So Matías Ferreira is not going to be a driver likely to make too many schoolboy errors in the lead of this race. So for Guillermo Salas, it's time to knuckle down and go for broke. The 31-year-old who knows this circuit like it was his back garden, a regular in Stock Car Pro, and a former BR Stocklight and BR Turismo champion a few years back. This is time to earn your pay packet.
Well, the funny thing is, you mentioned about the World Cup, Jake. There is going to be a return with the Porsche Carrera World Cup that's going to take place between the 5th and 8th of March next year. That's in 102 days at the Circuit de Catalunya, Barcelona. 120 drivers, 15 races. and that will be 3 classes: Pro, Pro-Am, and Michelin Cup. So it's it's going to be interesting. I think it's done by the team that run Carrera Cup Benelux, if I remember correctly. You also run the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. So greeting to our friends in the Benelux region as well, whilst we're at it, as now we see the number 70 car come out of pit lane, and that will now have, has that got, I think, Rafael Suzuki behind the wheel?
Yes, it is. It's the Stock Car Pro race winner, Rafael Suzuki, taking back ownership of that car. Very much in the colour scheme that has become synonymous not only with the man who is sat behind the wheel in Stock Car Pro, but also Lucas Salas, of course, as well in Porsche Carrera Cup. Oh, hang on a minute. The pit stop time for Ferreira and Camperato. Oh, no, don't worry about it. Don't panic, because they had a 3-second handicap. Oh, sorry. I thought everybody up at the top end of the field has a 6-minute pit stop window, but I forgot about the 3-second handicap for Ferreira and Camperato. That is because Camperato is registered as a rookie in this competition, don't forget. So they get a 3-second handicap. So don't feel that there's an unfair advantage handed to this team. It's stated in the regulations that any driver classified as a rookie gets special dispensation as an endurance driver of a 3-second handicap at the pit stops. So that's why it's worked out. It's just unprecedented that a rookie like Camperato has taken to this sport so quickly.
Yeah, and that's the thing. These younger drivers, there's so many tools that are available at their disposal as well. Oh, right, is that the number 8 car? That is.
It is.
So Gabriel Casagrange is in a silver-bodied car. So what on earth has happened to the Lightning McQueen edition?
I think that relates back to that little engine mishap that we had, that 5-second dropout.
Yeah.
I think they've got a problem developing with the car, so they're going to work on it. And they've given Gabriel Casagrange one of the silver donor cars so that they can continue racing whilst also finding the source of the Lightning McQueen car's problem. Perfectly allowed to do that. Nothing wrong with doing so. In this category, in the endurance realm of the Porsche Carrera Cup Brasil, there's a nice fleet of donor cars. If you feel that your car is undrivable or unraceable at the next stint, you are allowed to ask for dispensation to swap to one of the Porsche donor cars. It's a risk because obviously you don't know that car very well. But if anybody's going to get the most out of it, it's going to be Gabriel Casagrange. And also, for those of you who are wondering, well, hang on a minute, 3 seconds handicap for Camperato and Ferreira. They're leading the race. So how is that fair? Well, they've had 3 pit stops so far, and therefore 9 seconds advantage over everybody else. They only lead this race by 4.7. So
yeah,
that obviously negates the fact of the handicap, and they are losing time to the car behind them. Guillermo Salas is catching them at the moment.
Yeah, that's the big thing. I mean, when you have something like that, I mean, that was a big stop and a big sort of moment there for Alceu Felmaneto, you know, like going through Junção, and that is where you are gathering pace in these Porsche Carrera Cup cars. And one of the things you don't want is to have like a trouble where you're going down the gearbox, you're then rotating the car through the corner, and then you accelerate, and then you find absolutely nothing. And then we see Jeff Giassi is also in a silver-bodied car as well, so maybe they struck a little bit of dramas in the meantime.
Well, this is absolutely fantastic. A great race battle developing, and that's the 911 car that's also been turned into a donut.
Yeah.
With Jeff Giassi and Silvio Morostoni.
Do you want to know something? Yeah, you want to know something?
Go on.
That car has just done its fastest lap of the race.
Well, there you go. Unfortunately, the donor car is quicker than the race car. There's a bit of a run wide there from Enzo Fittipaldi. And that's the car that's currently running in 7th position. I was going to say, I do wonder if that last pit stop exit might have something to do with the change up of the car, because they might have had a technical issue and then left the pit lane in a different car to the one that they were in. Replays galore. This is Ferreira. Is he going to make the mistake? He is. You do not want to be getting that car loose over that curb. That could have been another repeat of the Joao Gonçalves qualifying incident.
Yeah, that was, I think, well, I mean, Who was it earlier on this season that had a big off? Was it Diego Nunes, I think, in the 56? Someone went barrel rolling, didn't they, earlier on this year?
Oh, yes, we had a monstrous accident earlier in the season. You're absolutely right. That went viral all across the motorsport brigade there. That was, I believe that was one of the competitors in the challenge category. I want to say that was Everton Cardoso. Yes, it was. Everton Cardoso losing the car rapidly. Sadly, he didn't last much longer in the championship. He felt a little bit out of his depth, unfortunately. We had an incident just one weekend later, Interlagos, where he had an accident under red flags in qualifying and hit the wall very hard on the way into the pit lane. And he decided, you know what, this isn't for me. So hopefully we're going to see Everton Cardoso back in future seasons, but he's coloured himself in a very different type of glory after that barrel roll at Velocita at the start of the season. But that could have been fairly nasty for Matías Ferreira. He gets away with it, but the gap is decreasing. It was 4 seconds at the last timing line. So let's see what it is now. Guillermo Salas has got that gap down from 4 seconds to 3.3. He's finding about 7/10 of a second per lap at the moment on the race leaders. Lead change incoming in about 6 laps time.
Yeah, it's where I'm looking at the lap times at the moment, Jake. It's sector 1 where Guilherme Salas is really picking up the pace in comparison. The opening sector last time, 37.4 for Matías Ferreira. Guilherme Salas was a 36.8. So that's where he's making up a lot of the time, and then taking an additional 0.2 of a second, well, a tenth of a second respectively, out of sectors 2 and 3. So yeah, as you say, Guilherme Salas is on the move. And has just done a 36.9, so it's taken nearly a tenth and a half out of sector 1 out of Ferreira. So we have got a half century of laps left to go, 50 laps remaining at the 500 kilometres of Interlagos. But I have to say, this last 2 hours and 10 minutes since we had the team formation laps and then went green for 117 laps here at Interlagos, they have quite simply flown by. And I have to say, thank you to so many of you that are watching live around the world on the English stream for the Porsche Cup Brasil season. So thank you so much for everyone joining us here today and putting your views into the YouTube chat as well. Appreciate it. So keep with us. There's still plenty to go.
Well, father and son, who were battling earlier on, are now, of course, stood in the pit lane, bantering with each other as their teammates go to battle. We've got Guillermo Salas in second place, chasing after the race leader, Matías Ferreira. And Gabriel Casagrande is back in the number 8 car, which is now a silver machine, rather than the Lightning McQueen Rusty's car, which is being worked on by the mechanics. Hopefully that car will return and get back out on the circuit again for the 5th racing stint. We're currently in stint number 4, of course. 3 pit stops have occurred, so we're on stint 4. As Guillermo Salas has got that gap down to 3.1 seconds. You can see for yourself how much tighter the gap is. And there is the silver car of Gabriel Casagrande in the background, having a terrific run to try and close up on the top 2. Romayo in 4th, Paludo in 5th from Enzo Fittipaldi, Nelson Monteiro, Diego Nunez, Marco Gomez, and in 10th place, it is Rafael Suzuki. What about the championship leaders? Well, Felipe Fraga finds himself now in 13th. Rubens Barrichello, the reigning champion, finding himself in 15th position. And as for the 26th, Felipe Batista, still a tough run for them, 21st at the moment.
Well, I'm going to say this, Felipe Fraga is only 2.9 seconds behind Alan Cordair. Cordair has just set the fastest lap of the race on lap 68 for the number 6, 1:36.829. Felipe Fraga's last lap was a 1:38.1. So at this point, you know, I've just sent a message to Felipe Laza. He's just responded on Instagram. He said, thanks a lot. I sent him the link for the Discord. So you're more than welcome, Felipe. He said, great racing down there. Love it. Brilliant. That's what you want, where we all go to help each other out. And so now, at least, if Michael or anybody else that he knows in the programs, maybe if Patrick Dempsey decides to race in Brazil, Felipe will be straight in there like it'll be straight up. It'll be up there like a rat up a drain pipe.
Yes, indeed. Carlos Rose Jr. getting his move there on Matias Iorio. There's a driver lineup we could have had this weekend. Patrick Dempsey sharing the car with Felipe Massa. That would have been nice, wouldn't it?
Oh.
Felipe is here.
Yeah.
He's here this weekend. And interestingly, actually, you were talking earlier on about Patrick Long, who Patrick Dempsey managed to drag out of retirement. Well, Patrick Long has not only got back into racing again in his trusty Porsche's discipline, but he was also a bit of a movie star earlier this year, of course, because he was involved in the F1 movie when they were filming at the Daytona 24 Hours as ipso facto teammate to Brad Pitt in the opening sequence. So, Patrick Long getting some credit for what he does.
And also, they managed to collar Tanner Faust for the 6-hour enduro at Kota. And racing around a circuit is not Tanner Faust's first modus operandi. No, you normally know him for going sideways. But it just goes to show that the Porsche family is global, 100%. We're all part of the same family, and it's so wonderful when we get these cars roaring around this circuit here in Interlagos at the Autódromo José Carlos Pache. And now we're seeing some challenge battling going on here down down the Reta Posta into the Cida de Lago as the number 55 Carlos Ruiz Jr. has Iorio to the outside of the Cida de Lago. He gets round and does it at turn 5.
Magic from Iorio getting the move back on Carlos Ruiz Jr. That was brave stuff. As round the outside again on the next right-hander. That is the 77. William Frere going to battle there with Bruno Campos, who's getting crowded out as they make their bid on Carlos Ruiz Jr. That was masterful from William Frere. Used Bruno Campos as a little bit of a paperweight there, and then used Carlos Ruiz Jr. to box him in and finish off the overtake. Lovely stuff. Good racecraft.
Yeah, and that's the beautiful thing about the Porsche, the Porsche cars. Like, literally, you can plant them here, there, anywhere, and they will stick to the road. As there is the number 14, piloted by the recovering Tiago Vivacqua, who's now up to 29th and is running P12 in class. So,
you know, catching him. Catching him. It's Nelson Piquet Jr.
Oh my goodness me! Tiago Vivacqua versus Nelsinho Piquet. As here we go, side by side, and through goes the number 77, William Frere on the comeback trail, and Bruno Campos is trying to catch him and chase him down a bit here.
17th for William Frere, not bad considering that he and Francisco Horta have been through the ringer a couple of times in this race so far. Lap 70 has been completed. The next lap would be the full distance in a Formula One Grand Prix. So for those who want to know how much slower these cars are compared to their Formula One counterparts, the answer is about 25 seconds per lap roughly, because in 2 hours and 17 minutes we will have completed the same distance of race that a Formula One race covers on this Interlagos circuit, but that still leaves us with 46 laps to go, another 200 kilometers. Yeah, and the sunshine is still beating down. The track temperature has gone up, Jake. Humidity's gone down. So 29 degrees track temp, 58% humidity. As now we've got this freight train coming into Junção and then up the hill through Subidiz's boxes. And you can see that Tiago Vivacqua is having to try and work his way through as Cecilia Rebello gets out of the way. And Nelson Piquet Jr. still closing in Vivacqua to the inside of the 45 of Iorio, and Piquet Jr. is going to try and look to thread the eye of the needle to the inside here at turn 15, and Piquet Jr.'s got the overspeed. Fantastic down to the braking zone. Piquet Jr. trying to hold this. Vivacqua trying to stay with it. But that's nicely done for Nelsinho. Excellent work for the first ever FIA Formula E champion. All the way back in 2015, can you believe? 10 years ago.
Oh, that feels like an eternity ago. And I still remember when you and I were in the Formula E paddock for the doubleheader at Battersea Park the year afterwards.
Yes, indeed. So Nelsinho Piquet getting the job done. Excellent work in front of Tiago Vivacqua. They've still got the number 45 of Matías Iorio behind them, who is leading in the sport class. But of course, with Daniel Newman ahead of them as the leading rookie competitor, they are not leading their class overall, because that is Newman who is leading both rookie and sport combined. But Matías Iorio still looking good for third position in challenge. There's going to be a multitude of podium ceremonies to talk through at the end of this race as well, of course, don't forget. because we get 6 podium ceremonies at the end of this race, and it's the top 5 in all 6 classes.
Absolutely crazy. I mean, I'm just having a quick look. There's been a lot of fanfare here at Interlagos. You know, the amount of people that have gone on the VIP Porsche experiences. You know, people that have had taxi rides around here at Interlagos. I think what I have to say is to the organising team, with Mr. Perez leading things here at the end of what has been a fantastic way to complete the 20th anniversary of this championship. You know, there was a lot of, there was a 6-part series where he talked with Gerson Campos, a good friend of Rubens Barrichello, in the Acelerados program on YouTube. They were talking about the amount of work that it took for Mr. Perez and his team, and they finally got it done in 2005. And now here we are, 20 years later, and this championship is flourishing. It really does showcase that you can come here and you can race hard, you can race competitively in a multitude of categories and send your career on the best way past. As now we go into a replay from just a moment ago, and there is the 38 car. That is the Gabriel Eric Santos car, which is now in 26th, as there is the 911 of Jeff Giassi getting through. So he's making some good way in that car, piloting, partnered with Silvio Moristoni.
Yeah, they're currently leading in the rookie class, which is incredible when you consider that they had that penalty earlier on. So they've been able to get themselves back into a competitive position, battling in that class, of course, with Bruno Campos and Nicolas Costa. And who's in third position? Max Wilson and Michael Fassbender. The Hollywood actor who was born in Heidelberg in Germany, has Irish heritage, and of course was the narrator on the fabulous Formula One based movie One Life on the Limit, which is a fantastic Kickstarter for anybody who wants to get into motor racing. That's big damage to the 77. William Frere has got a panel off the right side door, and that's going to be a mechanical flag if we're not careful.
That was the damage that was sustained by the 77 a little bit earlier on. So that gaffer tape has now come unstuck, so to speak. So yeah, like you say, that's going to be a potential meatball flag as the number 80 dives up the inside. Ooh. So that is not going to. That is really not helping William Frere in that car. So, and they had to do that at the second pit stop to gaffer tape that up, because no, that was earlier on in the race. So they had a hip check from somebody else earlier on that caused that damage. So that is going to be more aerodynamic drag back on that right hand side of that car.
43 laps to go, 4 laps till the next pit stop window. Great to see you all enjoying the action here on the Autódromo Jose Carlos Pache. 2 weeks ago, we had the Sao Paulo Grand Prix here, and of course the season finale of the Porsche Carrera Cup Brasil, when Miguel Paludo became another championship title winner. Multiple championships for the superstar. As up the inside, that's a very late lunge to take the lead. Brilliant from Guillermo Salas. Talk about the last of the late breakers. In on Matias Ferreira. That's how you snatch the lead in Interlagos. Stabs on everything in the braking zone. That could have gone terrifyingly wrong, but Guillermo Salas puts the number 1 Jaguar Porsche into the lead 3 laps before the pit window reopens. Magic.
Well, he took 8/10 out of Matias Ferreira on that previous tour, and then took over 5.5 tenths of a second. So that has now ended up going from a 1 second deficit to about a 5/10 of a second lead. And here is the move again on the replay. Waits for it, sees the move, and goes for it. 100% commitment through a big Pato, and Guilherme Salas steals it like candy off a baby.
That is one heck of an overtaking move to plant, because you can get that so wrong on the exit. So into the first turn, and it's all going beautifully for Guillermo Salas, who's already extended a second on Matias Ferreira. And we've got 3 laps left until the pit stop window opens up for the 4th pit stop. It'll be stint number 5 for all of the contenders. Thanks all to you for tuning in. Derek McCord is really enjoying the stream out in Cincinnati in Ohio. He says he'll take any type of racing during the, quote, off-season, end quote. Obviously, he must be
off-season, what's that?
Yeah, exactly. We don't have an off-season in motorsport. We just know where to find the races elsewhere. but he's clearly referring to the IndyCar, IMSA and NASCAR season being off-peak in the United States. Don't worry, mate, we've got you covered. Plenty of great racing around the world, particularly in Latin America. The season isn't over yet for them because, of course, they've still got a season finale of the Stock Car Pro in December. A lot of the drivers here are going to be taking part in that one. But certainly, this is the season finale of the Endurance Challenge wing of the Porsche Carrera Cup Brasil and Porsche Sprint Challenge Brazil, brought to you by C6 Bank. Jake Sanson and Alex Goldschmidt here in the booth on lap 76 out of 117. As up the inside, that's a big dive from Vivacqua. Dives in and gets the move. And I tell you what, that car of William Frere, not only has he got panel damage to the side door that's coming loose off the gaffer tape, but I also think that car is crabbing a little bit under braking. So that's something that they need to look into.
Yeah, that car is a wounded animal, I'm afraid there, Jake. I mean, it's... The thing is that with that aero imbalance, I mean, I'm not too sure. Going through Descida de Largo at turns 4 and 5, that front right looks a little bit unsettled to me. But I think it's more... The crabbing could be... It looked like it might be crabbing, but I think it's just because that body panel is just flapping in the breeze. And I think they're going to wait until that pit stop to reattach it again. Unless race control say to them, no, you need to go in pit lane now. But the thing is, it's not hampering them in terms of overall lap time. But a dive to the inside here at turn 1. And that was a pretty clean move, I must say. And that was the battle for 7th position as Marcos Gomez goes through on Monteiro in the 87 car. That was a change for P7.
Let's not forget the 87 car was in the lead at one point. Thiago Camilo battling away with his teammates Caio Chavez and now Nelson Monteiro, who is behind the wheel of that particular car. But the 100 of Marco Gomez, former champion, of course, in Stock Car Pro Brazil, sharing that car with Seba Malucelli, who was promoted up from Challenge, actually began racing in indoor karting. And Seba Malucelli is one of those great drivers who has an amazing day job. He's a qualified lawyer, so he knows how to settle the scores in the judiciaries if he needs to. On the inside line, last of the late braking moves again there from the two. Goodness me. Luis Souza, I think that is. Oh, no, sorry, it's Bruno Bonifacio at the wheel at the moment. Getting the move on the inside there of Carlos Ruiz Jr. And now we know how he did it. Let's look at that move again from another angle. Guillermo Salas on Matias Ferreira. Ready? Slam dunk. Hang on a minute. Is that another overtaking move? I think that's a separate overtake, you know, that we're seeing a replay of. That's Gabriel Casagrande, isn't it? Getting the move was now we've seen, we've seen Alcivel Benito applauding it as Gabriel Casagrande got the move there on the inside of Matias Ferreira to move into second place. So we hadn't seen that overtaking move, but we certainly see it now. Yeah, well, the thing is, Matias Ferreira lost a big amount of time to Gabriel Casagrande in the opening sector. He's hemorrhaging time. He's just done a 38.3. The previous opening sector, it was about a 2-second gap between Casagrande and Ferreira. So I think maybe Matias Ferreira has been caught up in some back marker repositioning. And of course, we're getting close to the end of the pit stop window as well. So this stint is coming to a conclusion very shortly indeed. We're about to get the pit stop window opening for the 8 minutes. And so it is now time for everybody to start thinking about their next pit stop. Waiting for it now as Guillermo Salas in the number 1, the Tag Heuer Porsche. Doing a fantastic job out in the lead of the race here. Wonderful to see this car back in endurance. This is the first race of the season for the number 1 Tag Heuer car. As the number 8, driven by Gabriel Casagrande in the background. It's not the Lightning McQueen car, but it is the number 8 car because they've picked up the donor car in this stint. Hopefully, when Alcivel Benito takes the car back over, it's going to return to the circuit. Big dive up the inside. I'll bet that is Casagrande working his way through the traffic. Yeah, and the pit stop window's back open again, Jake. So 20 seconds ago, the 8-minute counter started ticking down. So now expect a lot of activity in pit lane. And guess who's the first one in? Matias Ferreira. Not at all surprising. I mean, he was hemorrhaging time in the 118 car. So, as I said, you know, you're trying to make these tyres last as long as humanly possible.
And the thing is now, looking at Comparato and Ferreira's pit stops, this is their next pit stop. They've done 37 laps on the previous stints. So they kept it consistent. Looking at Alceo Feldman and Guilherme Salas, the car came in on lap 34 for its first one. Then they went a further 7 laps longer with Alceo Feldman, so who was able to keep the tyres within the window. So with these bigger fuel tanks, 110 litres in the 992 generation of the GT3 Carrera Cup cars, are able to go for more laps, which is why you're seeing those cars go out for longer. But Guilherme Salas dives into the pit lane from the race lead here on what will be the end of lap 79.
Brake the car, make sure that your pit lane speed limit is accurate when you hit the limiter. As into the pits comes Guilherme Salas, 42 miles an hour when he hit the pit limiter there, so that's absolutely a-okay, no worries at all. And there goes Gabriel Casagrancha into the lead of the race. When he makes his pit stop within the next 6 minutes, it will all be back to square positions again. But will we see the number 8 silver car, or will we see the number 8 Lightning McQueen car? Have the mechanics been able to do enough work on that car to send Alci Feldman-Nito back in his own race car? We'll find out shortly.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. I mean, the thing is that if they haven't, if it's an electrical problem, that's going to be tougher to find. Whereas if it's a mechanical problem, you never know. It might have been a drive shaft issue, possibly. I mean, let's not forget, these cars are rear-engined, rear-wheel drive, and where are the drive shafts? On the back axle. So you're going to, finding a needle in a haystack if it's an electrical problem, because the laptop's only going to tell you a way in which you can try and trace the fault. And electrical faults, I know for a fact, having spent 2.5 decades in the automotive industry, if you've got an electrical problem, yes, you can use computers to a certain extent, but then it's down to the know-how of the mechanics if they can get themselves able to diagnose and find that fault quickly and then rectify it. But here comes Gabriel Casagrange in the silver body number 8 car. Is he going to peel into pit lane? No, he's carrying on. He's going to stretch that fuel a little bit longer because there's still 4.5 minutes left. So I would probably say that Gabriel Casagrange, if he stays out for maybe another 2 laps at most, that'll put him on lap 83. We're on lap 80 now with 37 laps to go here. If he can stretch that fuel window as wide as possible, he's just on a 1:38.0, which is pretty good pace in these cars, considering that in the Lightning McQueen car, which set their fastest lap of the race, 1:36.9, was back the best part of nearly 60 laps ago. So it's more about consistency of lap time. Guilherme Salas is in, Miguel Paludo is in, the 87 of Monteiro is Nelson Monteiro is in. So, yeah, I think when you put someone like Gabriel Casagrange into the car, he will know exactly what he's doing. And if he can stretch that fuel window for an extra lap or 2, that might help him in the longer run.
So the pit lane is once again a busy hive of activity. Everybody will be in. Mandatory pit stop, of course. Everyone taking around 6 minutes for their mandatory pit stop window time. You can do less than that if you've got a set regulated handicap. There are some drivers with rookies in the car that have a 3-second handicap. Other cars, for other dispensatory reasons, have a 13-second handicap. So as long as you don't understate your welcome in pit lane, you can spend the time that you need to in pit lane. There is Alci Feldman Senior getting ready to get back behind the wheel of his car. He can't get into it yet because it's currently being refueled. No driver is allowed to sit in their car while it is being refueled. So everybody is hard at work in terms of the activity of things. Rubens Barrichello has brought his car in to hand back over to FIFO Barrichello. But we are 81 laps through this race now as Casagrancha and Ramayo come into the pits from the lead of the race, leaving Enzo Fittipaldi out on track in the lead. But in the next 2.5 minutes, he'll be in as well. The race will be reset, and then we'll see if this deck reshuffles back in the favour of the former race leaders, Guilherme Salas and Alci Feldman Sr.
Yeah, so as Jake rightly said, the timer counting down on the pit open window here at the Autódromo José Carlos Pache for the season finale of the entirety of the 20th anniversary celebrations for Porsche Carrera Cup, Sprint Challenge and Endurance Challenge Brazil. We've also had the trophy, a Sprint Challenge trophy division out this weekend here at Interlagos, but this is the one that everyone's here in the grandstands and in the bleachers to see. So a lot of drivers, some have already done their mandatory pit stop in this window. So we are on lap 81 and still 36 laps to go here at Interlagos. So hold on to your hats, folks, because we are not done for a long, long way still to go around this fantastic facility. And also 4.309 kilometers, 15 turns and all. It's been in use since around 1999 in this current variation. It runs anti-clockwise, more to the point, but there is the 118 that returns to the circuit. Mateus Ferreira handing over to Mateus Comparato, the 18-year-old from downtown Sao Paulo. And the sunshine very much here, but the air temperature is now, for the first time in this 500-kilometer race, is now the air temperature is hotter than the track temperature. The wind has died down to around about 3 kilometers an hour. Humidity just under the 60% mark, because we're now getting an onboard with the number one car. Great view there from inside the cockpit on the number one tag hire car. Right, okay. Entrance of, right, there is an investigation underway from race control. That is for cars 1 and car 3. Oh, right, that means that's the cars of Alceu Feldman and Guilherme Salas, and then also the car run by Christian Moore, Enzo Elias and Andre Rosario. So those are currently under investigation. That would be for entering into the pit lane for them, as the number one car with Alceu Feldman back behind the wheel rejoins in around 15th place. That car spent just over 6 minutes and 1 second. Jeff Giassi, right, that car's been in the pit lane for over 7.25 minutes. So had they got the normal liveried 911 car back out onto the circuit, Gabriel Casagrange and Alceu Felmaneto currently have been in the pit lane for just over 3 minutes and 40 seconds. So there you see it, the entrance into the pit lane of cars 3 and cars 1. And more to the point, it is now about the final push to the checkered flag. As you can hear in the background, cars being dropped off the air jacks, so tyres would have been changed. So looking at the laps that have been completed in the respective stints, looking at Alceu Felmaneto and Gabriel Casagrange, 39 on the first one, 38 on the second one. So the 87 car, now piloted by Carlos Chavez, partnering with Nelson Monteiro and Thiago Camilo. That car spent 38. Right, okay. Oh, right, drive-through penalty for car 3. So the team of Moore, Elias and Rosario will have a drive-through penalty. Reference the minimum the pit lane speed limit, it looks like. And there's also a notification reference car 1. And that is basically for hindering car 1 into the pit lane.
And there's a drive-through pit lane for the number 3, as you mentioned, but
it's for impeding number 1 going into the pits.
It is, okay. So that has definitely caused an issue for Alceu Felmanito, the Tag Heuer Porsche. Is that going to change the lead of the race, though? That's going to be the key factor here. because Gabriel Casagrancha, of course, is still sat in pit lane, handing that car over to Alsu Feldman's son, Alsu Feldman Nito. I'm quite keen to see, Alex, whether it's going to be the silver car or whether it's going to be the Lightning McQueen Rusty's Special.
Well, I was just saying about the 911 car of Jeff Giassi and Silvio Moristoni. That car has now been in the pit lane for over 10 minutes.
Yeah, that is a bit of a problem for them, isn't it? So they've got some issues. They're not the only ones either. Thiago Vivacqua and Nelson Piquet Jr. have also been in the pits for about 10 minutes. So that is irritating. Oh, and it looks as though Caio Castro and Danilo Durrani, they're going to get a penalty for undercutting their pit stop time by a second. So that is very unfortunate by those two. So Caio Castro, who is back out on the circuit, they're about to receive a penalty for undercutting their pit stop quite significantly there. Now that is very unfortunate indeed. As now we've got these two side by side, battling for position, father and son, wheel to wheel, as Alsu Feldman Senior goes round the outside of Alsu Feldman Nito, who's getting his car back up to speed. It is the silver machine, it's not the Lightning McQueen colours of car anymore, but the two protagonists here, father versus son, are back racing for the overall lead of this race. Who would have thought it would be these two battling for the win after such a long time? We're right on board with Alsu Feldman Senior round the outside. Thanks, lad. I'm going to get you. See, I can still put a wheel on you. Your old man isn't as slow as you thought he was.
He's still got some tricks in that magician's hat, hasn't he?
Very nicely done. But once Alsu Feldman Nito gets up to speed, it'll be fascinating to see if the order will stay the same. Look, Feldman Nito's got the tyres back up to temperature now. Though, I wonder if the roles are about to be reversed here as the 17-year-old takes on his old man.
Yeah, this is going to be, I think these next 35 laps really are going to set the pace. I mean, you know, the first, 20 laps before we had the only safety car period that we've had two safety car periods, actually, my mistake there, where we had the 98 coming to a halt. But we're going to have a replay here of, and this is what happens. So we're on board with Guilherme Salas. And there we go.
Yeah, that'll do it. It was a bit of a slam dunk there, wasn't it?
Yeah, and 22 has just had a 6-second penalty reference with regards to their previous pit stop time.
Yeah, so that's going to be applied at the next pit stop. So now we've got this battle developing again because they're closing up on the number 2 car. That is Luis Souza, battling his way around the course. He gets himself aside there to allow the number 1 of Alsu Feldman Senior to work his way through, but Alsu Feldman Nito is getting back up to speed again. Meanwhile, we've got Pedro Bozel back out of the pits and Marcel Muller back out of the pits. They ran as high as first and second again. So now that they're back out of pit lane, we've got these two back in the front end of the field. So that 6-second penalty for the number 22 car has indeed been applied. That's for undercutting their pit stop time by 1 second. And that is a very frustrating pit stop for them to pick up under the circumstances. We've got Giassi, Vivacqua and Piquet Jr. still in pit lane. Modestoni finally takes that car back out onto the circuit after a 13-minute pit stop. But Vivacqua and Piquet Jr. are still in pit lane, so it's all gone wrong for the 14 and 80 cars that were in the Carrera Cup category. But it really is even Steven at the moment between father and son at the front of this field. Third place, by the way, is Yosemar Junior. But he's going to come under severe pressure from Matthias Camperato on this next lap, because Camperato is really pushing it. There's the penalty confirmed for Caio Castro. 6 seconds after running over the pit stop mandatory and undercutting the pit stop by 6 seconds. Sorry, by 1 second, I should say, but they get a 6-second penalty. There's the treble 9. Bits falling off it. That's rather disastrous for Carlos Reina. So Bits falling off his car as he works his way through, but out in first position. No worries at all for the moment for Alsu Feldman Senior, but Alsu Feldman Nito's not far away. Keep an eye on Matthias Camperato further back. because he's about to move into third place ahead of Josimar Junior. Then it's Hellmeister, Bozel, Malucelli, Chavez, Verter, and Marcelo Hard. Rodrigo Melo's in 11th place. Marcel Muller has returned in 13th. They made a massive recovery since that puncture that put them down the order earlier on. 15th is now Fifu Barrichello with his father Rubens. Michael Fassbender is doing a great job. He's now second position in the rookie category in 18th place, just ahead of Christian Hahn, who he and Felipe Batista have recovered to 19th.
Yeah, coming on to what I was saying earlier about the number 22, Jake, they've actually got to do an additional 6 seconds at their next pit stop, exceeding the permitted pit stop time. So that's going to be quite crucial as, well, the number 80, the partnership of PK Jr., Zinkovic, et al., that car has been, that's Legadas, that car has been in the pits now for 15 minutes. So have they hit trouble as well?
Well, down the straight towards the Subida de Lagos. No worries at all for the race leader at the moment. Alci Feldman enjoying life in the lead. He's actually pulled 2.5 seconds on his son, Alci Feldmanito. He clearly hasn't quite got the hang of this donor car yet. It will feel very different to his stereotypical race car. And because he doesn't have the experience acumen of Gabriel Casagrancha, he can't feel his way around it in quite the same way that Casagrancha could earlier on. And you're probably sitting there thinking, well, aren't they all in the same car? Well, yes, they are, but that doesn't mean that the car is to the liking of the driver the second they get in it. There's a familiarity with the race car that you know, compared to one that's exactly the same spec that you haven't driven before. So for someone of the inexperience of Alci Feldmanito, that's still a little bit of acumen he needs to get used to. Meanwhile, Matias Camparato has got ahead of Josimar Junior, and his last lap was a second quicker than Alci Feldmanito, 1.3 quicker, by the way, and 0.6 quicker than Alci Feldman. Watch out for Camparato. He's on the warpath to take this lead back.
Yeah, and he's now got to find in the next, what is it? He's got about 6.8 seconds between himself, but he's really trying to chip away to it, but he's having to battle with back market traffic. Alan Hellmeister back behind the wheel of the number 7 car, who's currently running P5, 4.1 seconds behind Josimar Jr. So there's still battles that are really sort of starting to intensify, as again the air temperature has got up to once again, Jake, track temperature is actually dropping, so it's going to help these Michelin Cup Sport tyres to really get into their get through the heat cycle very quickly indeed. But more to the point, it's 32.2 degrees centigrade air temperature, so the wind's picked up slightly but not by much. So I think now we're in that optimum window where we could see some really quick lap times coming in.
So up to the inside line, that is the defensive line of Josimar Junior, but he's got to be careful because Alan Hellmeister is reeling him in for 4th position. And if Hellmeister can get through into 4th place, well, it's not going to be too long before he can start to take on the men up in front. Camparato had a bit of traffic to deal with on the last lap, but he's 10 seconds back off the lead, 7 seconds back off Alci Feldmanito. Hellmeister making the launch on the inside of Josimar Junior. Slam dunk, lovely move.
Just like we saw earlier on with Guilherme Salas for the race lead a little bit earlier on as well. So I think it's really good that we're seeing these great inter-class battles, and especially when after nearly 2 hours and 50 minutes, folks, that's how long we've been racing here at Interlagos, even with 2 safety car interventions. For these battles still to be very much undecided, I'll be completely honest with you, Jake, that you never know what's going to happen. But of course now, with a lot of these teams having done, 3 pit stops, it's a case of, it is the run to the checkered. Some cars have gone longer on stints. I mean, Guilherme Salas and Alceu Feldman, they've done 41 laps on the previous couple of stints. So they've really been able to master this finite balance of managing fuel whilst pushing and trying to conserve those Michelin tyres. The more that you can comfort and coax these tyres around this circuit, there's a lot of lateral sideways momentum going through the lefts and the rights of these 15 corners here at Interlagos, and also some which are downhill cambered, uphill cambered. It's not an easy circuit. It's not a kind circuit to tyre. So if you can feather that nice balance between it, as we see Alceo Feldman, Senior, go up the hill, through into Sabinita's boxes, into Arquibacandas here at the bleachers, and still the fans are there. They have not budged an inch as they are captivated by every single lap here at the Endurance Challenge Brazil season finale.
30 laps to go then here at Interlagos, and it is going to be a nail-biting conclusion. Incredibly, none of the cars we thought were going to be contesting the victory are even in the top 3 at this moment in time. Hellmeister and Paludo currently P4. Marcel Muller and Felipe Fraga, who won both of the races early this year at Portimao and Estoril, were gunning for the hat-trick. They are now 13th after making up a massive recovery after what we think was a puncture in the end of the first stint. And of course, Christian Hahn and Felipe Batista, who also had a puncture while leading, they've recovered to 18th. But there's a lot of hard work. And of course, Fifo Barrichello and Rubens Barrichello, they got caught out at the first safety car period on the restart when they stayed out a lap longer than everybody else. And then the racing conditions went green as everybody left the pits. So they lost a massive amount of time. They've gathered it up again, and they're up into 15th place. But the outgoing Porsche Endurance Champion of 2024, Rubens Barrichello, who teamed up with Werner Lutberger last season, now gets to team up with his 2 sons, Fifo behind the wheel and Dudu on the pit wall. But they've got a lot of time still to make up, and only 30 laps to gain the ground. We're almost at the 3-hour mark, and if everything goes according to plan, we're going to be done before we reach the 4 hours.
The biggest thing that I'm going to mention here, Jake, with regards to the overall endurance Carrera standings, Marcel Miller and Felipe Fraga are on 156 points. They've had maximum scores both at Portimao and Estoril, but keep your eyes on the 118 car, because that car is currently P3. Now, and Comparato is only 30 points behind that duo. So
yeah,
that's the big thing. It depends on what happens, how this plays out, because obviously, you get to the halfway point, there'll be a set of points issued, and then you get the full distance race points as well. So when you think about it, Comparato has been ahead of Fraga and Müller in this battle, but there's still 29 laps. I'm not counting anything out. I mean, Marcel Müller at the moment is running comparatively the same lap times as Mateus Comparato in P3, and Marcel Müller at the moment is now up to P12. He's just got past the number 70 of Lucas Salles.
Yeah, that's the critical factor to take into account for the championship. There is the half-distance point score, which is what the yellow and black checkered flag was about. And then, of course, there's the white and black checkered flag points at the end of the race. And both of those will be point scores. So you've got to take it into class points, of course, here, because we've got the 2 sport cars of Alci Feldman and Alci Feldmanito leading overall 1 and 2. The leading Carrera Cup car is Comparato and Ferreira, 3rd overall and leading the category. Marcel Muller and Felipe Fraga, by the way, have just got ahead of Salas and Suzuki for 12th overall, but that's 4th in class. So they are trying to salvage this championship by picking off their rivals one by one. They've got a long time before they close up on Bozel and Fittipaldi, who are currently P6 overall. But Muller and Fraga are not giving up on this Endurance Championship title. They're still pushing it, as too is Alan Hellmeister. He's closed into 2 seconds back on Matthias Comparato, and he is currently lapping almost a second a lap quicker than Matthias Comparato. So this is real big pressure on Alan Hellmeister's shoulders. If they can get ahead of Comparato, then suddenly the championship is game on for Hellmeister and Miguel Paludo. Could they win both titles in the same year?
That, they might be, I think one of the things that sometimes when you're in the car, your thoughts at this moment will not be concentrating on how the title battle, if you're in that mix, the thing is, your focus will be on, measuring every braking distance, getting every apex, making sure that you circumnavigate your way through back marker traffic. And there you see in the same shot going into Pico de Pato, Comparato, and there is Hellmeister. So Hellmeister is catching, and he took over 0.4 of a second out of Comparato because there's the number 45 car, and that is Jose Moreneto, partnering with Matteo Siorio, who did that wonderful round the outside overtake we saw earlier on.
So let's see if Hellmeister's going to have any issues getting past Iorio. It's actually Jose Moreneto, my apologies, is in that car. Iorio taking over it for the final stint. But this is Alan Hellmeister's final stint of the 2025 season before he hands the car over to the newly crowned Porsche Carrera Cup Brasil champion. And we are still quite a way before the final stint begins. 27 laps to go here. And now the gap between Comparato and Hellmeister is down to 1.4. There is the 118. So Alan Hellmeister really is reeling in the teenager. And this is going to be down to the wire because, of course, the championship can be decided in this battle, because moving up from second in the class to first in the class could pay dividends for the number 7. It's going to be very tough all the way through, but now we're in for an absolutely stellar hunt for this championship title. Going to be very tough to predict how it's going to play out now.
Yeah, I think it has been a roller coaster, and that's exactly the characteristics of the circuit here in Interlagos, Jake. These drivers are absolutely giving everything they can. They might be physically and mentally fatigued, but in an endurance race, that adrenaline keeps you pushing forward. And you can see the sector times. Alan Hellmeister on the opening sector was over a 10.5 quicker. Comparato was quicker in the middle sector by literally 13 thousandths of a second, as they now make their way up the hill over to the start finish straight through turn number 15 and get very, very close to the white line on the inside. 29.8, and look, another 10.5 taken out by Alan Hellmeister. Gap is 1.1 and closing.
This is all down to Matthias Comparato, who was in his final stint of the season. 30 points deficit to Muller and Fraga coming into the weekend, but after the disaster for Muller and Fraga, the championship title is still on. It's not going to be possible, of course, in terms of the points for Paludo and Alan Hellmeister to take this title back. Their difficulties in Portugal give them too big a deficit to make up. But what an opportunity this could be for the teenager Matthias Comparato in his first full season of Porsche racing at this level. Could he become a rookie endurance champion? Nobody would have predicted that at the start of the season, but the way things went at the halfway point compared to how they could settle at the end here, well, this table could turn.
Yeah, it's sort of roll the dice, and some will get lucky number 7, some will just get snake eyes, I'm afraid, Jake, but still with 26 laps to go, track and air temperature now dropping. Humidity has got up to 61%. The wind has picked up as well, as now Alan Hellmeister is closing it as they come out of Junção, up the hill through Subidida's boxes. And then it's the run up to the start-finish stretch as we're going to complete, well, Alceo Feldman and Alceo Feldman Nito both go on to lap 93. 25 laps until the checkered. Hellmeister, how close is he? 6 3/4 of a second to the back bumper of Matthias Comparato. Hellmeister has got the bit firmly between his teeth, and he's not going to back down.
And this isn't going to be easy for Comparato to take either, because he took the victory, of course, at the halfway point, which is maximum points at the halfway distance. That really helps in the championship fight, considering that Muller and Fraga would have been down at about 6th or 7th position in the category leading up to that point. They've had an amazing charge through in the last 40 laps or so, but that doesn't change the fact that they have lost a lot of points in the first half of the race. race. They've fought it back, but Camperato can't really afford to get Alan Hellmeister on the inside line and take the place away. Camperato, if he wants to be champion, he's got to keep Alan Hellmeister at bay. And the 39-year-old is going to run rings around the 18-year-old talent of Matthias Camperato. He is more than twice his age, and he's got plenty of experience behind him, Alan Hellmeister. Brazil GT4 champion 13 years ago. Raced at the Spa 24 Hours a couple of seasons ago as well, of course, and won the GT3 Cup title in Brazil 6 seasons ago. So Alan Hellmeister knows everything there is to know about soaking up pressure. Matthias Camperato is just learning how to deal with that. But goodness me, is he going to have a knife edge down the main straight now, as into the draft comes Alan Hellmeister. 2 Porsches are faster than one, and Hellmeister trying to pull out of the draft. Camperato tightening up the grip as they come down the straight at the end of lap 94. Here comes the move from Alan Hellmeister, and this is going to be a slam dunk into turn 1. Alan Hellmeister takes the lead with just 24 laps to go and nearly gets driven into on the exit. Goodness me.
That was so close. It's about those millimeters. We're going to see a replay of what happens here, and you can see that was the number 21 with Bandera behind the wheel, partnering with Daniel Neumann. That car is still currently leading in the Challenge Rookie division, currently P25 overall. And as we come towards the 3-hour mark, folks, so it is either time or laps, whichever comes first. At this rate, we are going to more than likely go through to the end of 117 laps here at Interlagos. We had a bit of a scare with regards to the slight rain shower that affected for a multitude of laps the field here in Interlagos, but it's the partnership of Guilherme Salas with Alceo Feldman there in the number 1 Tag Heuer Porsche 992 GT3 Carrera Cup car that has the lead. So its father leading son by around about 5.3 seconds, as Feldman now crosses the line to complete lap 94, as we have got 3 laps to go until the final pit stop of not just this race, but of the Endurance Challenge season.
Amazing stuff from Alcy Feldman Sr. He's pulled well clear of his son now, 5.9 seconds ahead. Hellmeister into 3rd position. 11 seconds is all there is separating Hellmeister from the overall lead. Camperato can't wait for this pit stop window because he's currently losing time hand over fist. They can try and get it back again in the final sector, particularly with Matias Ferreira taking over in that final stint. There's still a chance for them to go for the overall victory. But with Guilherme Salas and Gabriel Casagrancha racing in the mix. Oh, big shot into turn 1. That's going to be a safety car. And that is Yosimar Junior.
Oh, from 6th place. And that car is smoking big time. Oh, dear. One wrong move. And that was through turn 1 at the center S's. Now, was that unassisted or was he pushed? Is the big question.
Instant safety car, and no surprise at all. Yosimar Junior, that's a scary moment. That's where Gabriel Bortoleto went off in the Grand Prix 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
It's a frightening place to go off. It's also where many years ago, for the older motorsport fans, that's where Michael Andretti barrel rolled with Gerhard Berger at the start of the Grand Prix in '93. Let's look at it again. Junior is watching. That this could be contact here.
Here we go. There's one behind it. It's going to be a tag to the right rear. There's the contact. There's a little bit of a push, and then bang, there's the contact. That's a big hit. And I have to say, good to see Josimar Jr. and takes out the C6 Bank sponsorship boards. But here's the hit from behind. Bang, straight away.
That's really clumsy.
And that
how did the 80 miss him?
Well, that, and also the fact it was Caio Chavez that was the car behind.
Yeah, so that's a real problem. Caio Chavez getting through. Oh dear. Well, that's going to be a penalty for absolute certainty. But Yosimar Junior is thumbs up at the steering wheel. Thank goodness for that.
That shows how robust these Porsche Carrera Cup cars are, folks. Not the way that Josimar Jr. and Sergio Ramalho had done such a great job. That car was on course for a top 5 in their class. That was in Carrera Sport as well. They were. That is really going to hurt them hard, and that is going to now promote the number 16 of Marcelo Hahn and Alam Gordair to P5 in the division.
Well, the safety car comes out then, and of course the pit stop window is going to be kick-started under safety car. So if you are in the battle for the championship title, you don't wait. You come in instantly, because we saw what happened to Bifo and Rubens Barrichello earlier. They stayed out an additional lap, and then the race went green. You don't take that risk. This is great news for Marcel Muller and Felipe Fraga, because, of course, under safety car, a lot of the time they needed to make up is going to be gained purely in momentum. They're going to catch up to so many cars. And let's not forget, this is going to bring Hellmeister back onto the toe of the Feldmans. It's going to bring Camperato back up, Boisel. Everything's going to tighten up. And we're suddenly going to get, essentially, a sprint race at the end of the season.
Now, I'm going to throw your attention, Jake, to the number 93 car in Carrera Rookie. Michael Fassbender and Max Wilson are 19th overall, but they are second in their class. And, okay, there's a bit of a big difference, and great to see that the recovery crew on site to try and get that car. That's going to be needed to be lifted on the back of a truck, I'm afraid, with the amount of damage to the front end. But
I see where you're going with this point, because obviously we're about to get the pit stop window.
Yeah, and so Max Wilson's going to go in the final stint, and then it is going to be 33 versus oh dearie me, 87
excluded.
Has just been disqualified for that contact. I'm not surprised by that decision.
Well, that is Caio Chavez, Thiago Camilo, and Nelson Montero, who are running third in the competition for the sport category. But obviously they were dueling away with the car that's just been taken out of the race. Yosemar Junior, they were battling for position. And I'm afraid it's game over. The race has come to an end then for the 87. They're still on track, but they have, of course, now been deleted from the timing monitors. So that is game over then for that trio. What a shame. But obviously, as far as the officials are concerned, the punishment has to fit the crime. And now we are going to get the pit stop window open very soon indeed. 41. The reason why the 87, Caio Chavez, has been excluded. Here's the run down to the first corner. Makes the bid on Yosemar Junior one way, makes it the other, leaves his braking too late, wallop, and into the barriers, stage right, exits Yosemar Junior. Monstrous moment.
Yeah, and takes out part of the foam barriers there on the outside of turn 1, and the center S is doing their job. And it just goes to show, there's the contact, and so lucky was Zimkovic, who was behind the wheel of the number 80. He dodged a big bullet there.
How did Rumen Zimkovic miss that car? That's one of the minor miracles of the age. That was millimeters contact between those two cars. Goodness me. Well, the good news, of course, is that after a big crash like that, there is Yosemar Junior. He gets to walk away. Wow, fascinating stuff. A very tricky situation there. But unfortunately, it's all game over for the number 87 car. The trio, captained by Caio Chavez, and racing wheel-to-wheel there with Thiago Camilo and Nelson Montero. They have been excluded from the competition as the 17-year-old, still in his first season in Carrera Cup, having been the Sprint Challenge champion last season. It's an error in judgment for the 17-year-old, and the race is over for them. Meanwhile, we're about to come into the pits for the final pit stop window.
Now, I'm going to go back to the point I was alluding to before we saw that big shunt. We've got 2 points to make here. The number 80, Rumen Zimkovic, cat-like reflexes on the anchors, instantly turned left, as I noticed on the replay. So well played by the number 80 car. Now, the thing is, 93 is going to go out of the pit lane before 33 because they came in. 33 came in, and that is...
Was Thiago Vivacqua?
No. That's Bruno Campos and Nicolas Costa. They came in 40 seconds after Michael Fassbender jumped into the pit lane. So Fassbender got in before them. Now, the gap between them was about the 30-second window.
This is tight. This is really, really tight. It's all going to depend on when we go green flag, doesn't it? But even so, Wilson is going to have a real mission on his hands, and Nicolas Costa is going to have 50% of his race spent looking at the windshield and 50% looking in the rearview mirror, because Max Wilson is going to be a very tough man indeed for Nicolas Costa to beat in a straight fight. Costa, of course, partnered Antonello Bassani in Portimao. He is the GT Italia champion from 2016. Raced in the FIA World Endurance Championship and the Le Mans 24 Hours in the 2024 season. But Nicolas Costa is not Max Wilson, who has an unbelievable depth of experience behind him. And Max Wilson is a man who's done it all. Stock Car Pro champion, champ cars in the old IndyCar days, DTM in 1996, of course. Formula 3000 in the latter part of the 90s, tested for Williams and Minardi in Formula One. The man is a lightning bolt. And still at the age of 53, the man who was born in Hamburg in Germany, but is very much a Brazilian national, is going to be a very tough man to vanquish. Can Costa do anything about Max Wilson when this race goes green?
Yeah, so, folks, if you haven't already, you're going to strap yourselves in. That's all I'll say, because these 97 laps we've had, as there we see the backdrop here in downtown Sao Paulo, the wonderful waterfront, and also the scenery here in this wonderful part of Brazil. You know, it's great to see that the circuit is part of the thriving culture here in this part of this wonderful country, who have this passion for motorsport. And I've just seen that, hang on a second. Right, the number 11 car has only just pitted, and that is Flavio Sampaio, Mateus Roque, and Edu Guedes. They've only just come into the pits at this late moment in this safety car phase. But all eyes are going to be what's going to be happening once we do go green. We've still got 20 laps to go. And it's, I think we've just had a notification from race control, which I'm just going to just try and decipher right now.
Well, the pit stop window is obviously concluded, so everybody has now come into the pits on that one, or gone out again. Thiago Vivacqua, Ronaldo Reis, and Roman Zimkovic back out onto the circuit again after their initial pit stop phases are completed. So the safety car has picked up Roman Zimkovic in the 80. So obviously they're going to have to wave those cars through when the leaders come back out again.
Yeah,
and they're about to do that. So it's going to be Alcy Feldman in front of Alcy Feldman Nito.
And Jake, they said the actual pit window opened at 5:11 local time. So we are within the final minute of that. So anyone that hasn't dived into pit lane yet is at the behest of race control. I'm just seeing, oh, hang on a second. Oh,
safety
dear.
car's back in. Safety car's back in.
Now we're
oh, my goodness. Well, we're green here at Interlagos as we go back to race conditions and up to the inside line. This is going to be a big charge forward from the 99. Race is going to get on the inside line of Zimkovic and go through. But we're green flag and we've only got 3 cars on circuit. Here comes everybody else in the background exiting pit lane. Well, this is the drama that can kick in. This is what can befall you. I don't think it's going to cause a massive difference, but look at the melee as the cars come out onto the pit lane as Casagrande squeezes his way on the inside of the 29. My goodness, they're back to race conditions. They know that there's a victory in the offing, and they've squeezed the head of Caio Collet. Look at this. Collet is up against the pit wall as he goes side by side with Casagrande on the exit. Oh my goodness, racing before they've even left pit lane.
Oh, my goodness me. That shades of Formula One with George Russell a little while ago, if I remember correctly, where he decided to get himself through. But Casagrande chomping at the bit to get out there as quickly as humanly possible. And that was very, very lucky that both him and Kyle Collette did not come together. So this is going to be very, very crucial indeed. But yeah, back to green flag, and Guilherme Salas now leads the way ahead of Gabriel Casagrande, who's 3.5 seconds behind.
That's Ferreira. That's Ferreira right behind him. So that's why Casagrande was trying to storm his way through, because Guilherme Salas is now in front of Ferreira. So that's for the race victory, don't forget.
Oh my goodness now, Jake, listen to this. 6 minutes 7.6 for Campeonato and Ferreira. Casagrande and Felman Neto, 6 minutes 23. You were right.
They lost a lot of time. They lost 10 seconds in pit lane. So that's any chance of them going for the victory. Very much hammer blow, particularly considering we went green in the pit lane. There's Casagrande storming his way up the inside of Yorio. But there's so much time lost for the 8 car. The victory is almost gone, as now we get the leaders coming through, and it's Salas from Ferreira. He leads the way with 19 laps to go. Talk about drama. The green flag going with everybody in pit lane. Coming out of the pit lane there, that is Enzo Elias, along with Jeff Giassi. They really didn't time it right. Roque and Trevisan pitted very late as well.
They're still in pit lane.
Yeah, it's all about Salas and Ferreira up front.
Yeah, and the number 11 car of Sampaio, Roque and Guedes, that is still in pit lane. They've had a drama, just like we saw with Fefu and Rubens Barrichello at the first stage of the pit stops. They have really mistimed that under the safety car conditions. The 15 of Trevisan, Martins and Sanchez is still in pit lane. That's been there for 8.5 minutes. I think they've got problems.
And I'll tell you who else has really been compromised as a drive-through penalty comes the way of the 246 car. That is Vitor Gens. But who else has been severely compromised in that? Fassbender and Wilson. They've suddenly gone from second in class, dropping all the way back to fourth behind Pisani and Guerra. So this is an absolute disaster. They'll pick up third on Roque, but they really couldn't afford to lose that. So now they've got to try and fight their way back into second position. They are just behind Pisani. So Wilson and Pisani are going to try and fight their way forward. But now there's going to be a big amount of time to try and fight back on Bruno Campos, who's obviously got back into that car. But look at Matias Ferreira. He knows that he can help his teammate win the championship. If he can get the double victory at the half-distance mark and the overall mark, then that's a chance for them to catch back the 30 points lost. Fraga and Muller are back behind Rubens Barrichello. So Felipe Fraga's got to go toe-to-toe with the reigning endurance champion. Big dive into turn one as Wilson gets the move on the inside, but it's a very late call from Max Wilson to dive in. That could get investigated. Max Wilson on the warpath.
I mean, Max Wilson now is going to be chomping at the bit. He is going to be absolutely fired up, and now he's back up into second position in the class. So the ship has sort of righted itself. They're past Pisani and Guerra, and now it's a case of how big is the gap. That's probably going to be the best part of at least four. Well, they lost to Campos and Costa in the pit lane, a whopping 14.8 seconds. So now it's how Max Wilson deals with these next 18 laps as through into Pico to Pato. It's like Skittles all over again.
See, in the world of sports car racing at the WEC and IMSA categories, they wait until everybody's left the pits and bunched up again for the safety car to come in and go green. Not in Porsche Brazil. It goes when it's safe to go. It's as simple as that. There is Marcel Muller battling away. He's got ahead. Felipe Fraga. He's got ahead of Rubens Barrichello. So that puts him up into fourth position in class. Felipe Fraga salvaging the depths of this championship fight. The more places they make up in class, the more likely it is that they can get back on terms with Camperato in the championship. Great guns from Felipe Fraga up into P4 in Carrera.
He had to make that move. There was no ifs or buts. It was a case of pull the trigger as there goes Gabriel Casagrande to the inside at turn one.
Dives in on the inside of the 74. That's the car currently being driven by Pedro Aguar. But there is your leader, Guillermo Salas, with Matias Ferreira all over the back of him. 17 laps to go. We've hit the century. 100 laps completed, and now it's a sprint race between these two. Salas and Ferreira, nose to tail. Everybody was rather hoping that the field would be bunched up before we went to green. No chance. When they're ready, we go. And Paludo now finds himself in third. 10 seconds clear of Enzo Fittipaldi, who is really hunting down a position, but he's got Gabriel Casagrancia breathing down his neck. So Casagrancia, I'm not sure, did he actually get ahead of Enzo Fittipaldi into turn one? I think he might have done, and actually used the back marker there, Pedro Aguar, to finish off the move. So that's Casagrancia up into fourth place. He's got to make up 10 seconds, though, to get back on terms with Paludo. Here comes Ferreira, right behind Salas. This is going to be a lead change, Alex.
Yeah, here we go, as we will now complete lap 101, 16 to go. Guilherme Salas and Matias Ferreira over turn 15. Now across the stripe. Here comes the draft. And the 118, when will he chance it to the inside? No. Guilherme Salas has the presence of mind to hold on. Stick it on the racing line. Not give Ferreira an opportunity. But coming out of Cover de Sol and onto the reta pasta through out of turn 3. Can Ferreira once again get the slipstream? Not quite, because Salas gets the traction out of the corner.
Camperato watching on in the pit lane as his 18-year-old teammate, who's been racing hard and no nonsense in Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland, takes on the race leader, Guillermo Salas. Very talented individual, has been one of the stars of the show in recent years in Stock Car Pro. Going to see a replay. This is Barrichello going door to door and going off-road. Goodness me, very tricky stuff there for the reigning endurance champion as he battles a little bit too close for comfort there. Now, who is that was not prepared to give best? It's the 56 car who was mixing it in there with Barrichello. That is Diego Nunez, who briefly led in the pit stop stints. So Nunez not prepared to give best to Rubens Barrichello, and that is for 10th position, of course.
Right, I'm going to give you a Wilson Fassbender update. Max Wilson on lap 100 has just set the fastest lap of the race for the number 93 car, 1:37.243. He took 1.2 seconds out of Bruno Campos and has taken more time out in the opening sector. He's just done a personal best on sectors 1 and 2. Max Wilson has got the fire in the belly.
This is going to be so tricky. Here comes the opportunity again for Ferreira. Through the center S. Down the back straight and up to the Subida de Lagos. This is going to be tricky for Guillermo Salas to hold on to. Ferreira in second place. Another 7 seconds back to Paludo as Casagrancia has got into fourth place now ahead of Enzo Fittipaldi at the timing line. Sixth place for Collet, then Codayer, Gomez, Fraga and Diego Nunez still mixing it with Rubens Barrichello. But a fabulous battle between these two as Matias Camperato is powerless to see if he can become champion. It's all down to his 18-year-old teammate Matias Ferreira to see if he can conquer and get ahead of Guillermo Salas. He's going to win the class anyway, but he wants to win the race outright. Will the youngest team in the field be able to take on Guillermo Salas?
That's the big question that really does need to be answered at this point, because we are fast counting down the lap straight. After this, we'll have 14 to go until the checkered, and that just goes to show how quickly these drivers are doing. And when you think about it, Matias Ferreira, who raced in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Deutschland with the team run by Andreas Gummer, a target competition. So he will have been schooled very, very quickly on how things are going. Now, I've been looking at the gap between, Bruno Campos has just started responding. The gap between Max Wilson and Bruno Campos is around about 1 minute and 10 seconds, but that is still not stopping Max Wilson, who's just taken over the opening 2 sectors, I think. Well, he took on the opening sector 0.6 of a second. He took a whopping 1.1 out of sector 2. So the gap is 1 minute and 14. It's not going to be enough for Wilson and Fassbender to get a class victory, but to think of where they started this race, 24th.
there's a puncture developing for Guillermo Salas. Guillermo Salas has got a rear puncture developing. Look at the right rear of that car. He's slowing.
No.
That's the tyre is coming off the rim. You can see it. The cameras are picking up on it. Look closely at the right rear of Guillermo Salas's car, and you can just about see that the Michelin is starting to fall off the rim.
Oh, that is disaster for Arceo Feldman and Guilherme Salas at this late stage of the race. You said it was the year of the puncture, and now it's hit the Tag Heuer car.
But they haven't lost that much in terms of time. Look at that rear. They're really leaning on it as they come through, whether that's actually going to buckle or not, but it's worth keeping an eye on the right rear of that car.
Yeah, looks like it's the inside part of that wheel, Jake, that's starting to lose a little bit of pressure. But the thing is, how is Salas going to counter this? Because if they've got to do an emergency pit stop, they will have no other alternative. The gap now just over 9.5 tenths of a second with 13 laps to go as the sun at nearly 5:30 local time here at the Autódromo José Carlos Pache. We thought we'd have plenty of dramas, nor would I have thought at this point that we would have a drama at this late stage for the overall lead battle.
Well, this reminds me massively of Kimi Räikkönen at the European Grand Prix 2005 in the Nürburgring, when we could see that the wheel was starting to crumble and he was basically just trying to hang it on in the hope that it would last the distance, and then going into the final lap it buckled and kicked the car out. So Guillermo Salas has got to be very measured now for the remainder of these last 13 laps. But we can see that wheel is really stretching it on the car as it works its way through. Are we going to be okay for the race distance? At the moment, it looks like it's all right, but looking at the sector times, yeah, it's quicker than Ferreira. So maybe we're misseeing it, but it certainly looks to me as though that wheel is under a lot of intense load. Certainly for the moment, Guillermo Salas is keeping the pressure mounted here as he manages to find the fastest per sector for quite some time to try and get away. So we'll come back to that. Meanwhile, Casagrancia has managed to clear Enzo Fittipaldi, and now he's trying to close up on Max Wilson, who is in a really nasty position after the pit stops here because he's been lapped by the leaders and he's no longer part of the gaggle of cars. So it looks like second position in the category is nailed to the mast.
Yeah, they've got a 25-second advantage over Pisani and Guerra in the number 12 car with the that very striking and not hard to miss leopard print livery. I mean, you want to make an impression? That's definitely the case of putting your livery out there for everyone to see. But again, it's just that case that, I mean, Max Wilson is going to get that time down. I mean, the gap between first and second in Carrera Rookie is now about 1 minute 12 seconds. So if you said they had another 10 laps in addition to go, you might say there might be a window of opportunity. But, oh, there's another car in the barriers.
That's Bonifacio. Bonifacio's gone in. Well, this could very much change things up again. Let's see what happens. It's in exactly the same place. Oh, Bonifacio struck the back of Ruiz. And he's got nowhere to go. The car can't brake. The wheel's broken. Thump.
Yeah, and it was just the slightest glancing blow. It broke the steering arm, broke the suspension, bang, straight into the barriers. And pretty much at the same point where Josimar Jr. had his incident that brought out our recent safety car period.
Wow, fascinating stuff. Really tricky battles in this one, and that's going to be a safety car again, I think. Yes, it is. Safety car. Oh, my goodness. Well, we're going to bunch up again. That's a lifeline for Wilson and Fassbender, isn't it?
It is. But then also, you know, when we've now got 11 laps to go, I've got to get, I need to get a 6-point harness on my seat at the moment because I'm nearly jumping out of it, Jake.
Yes, indeed. My goodness me. Wow, what an incredible turn of events this race has taken in the closing stages of this 2025 season. Such a dramatic turn of events. Well,
yeah, and we ain't done yet, folks.
No, indeed. We're going to have another sprint to the flag here. This is going to feel very much like a regular Porsche Carrera Cup Brasil sprint to the flag. But it also provides a bit of a lifeline for Felipe Fraga, because now the field is going to bunch up. He's suddenly going to have the chance to go for Cordeia, Fittipaldi, and Casagrancia. He may even get a shot at Paludo before the end. The championship is swinging back in favour of Marcel Müller and Felipe Fraga, even if they don't win. If they get ahead of Fittipaldi and Bozell, it's game, set, and match.
You know what I think is probably happening right now in the pit garage of the 544 crew? I'm sure that Marcel Müller has a very, very big smile on his face, because he knows now it's game on. And when we go back to green, folks, batten down the hatches is all I'm going to say.
Yeah, it's time to get the cardboard boxes out of the lorry with the Marcel Müller, Felipe Fraga champion t-shirts, isn't it? Because we're not far from it now. Absolutely sensational racing about to conclude here. We've only got 11 laps to go under safety car.
And one of the good things, Jake, is we are about to elapse 3.5 hours, so we will go through on laps rather than the maximum allotted time of 4.25 hours here at Interlagos.
So now it's going to be pinpoint stuff. 10 laps to go, and we've caught the race leader. This is not good news at all for Guillermo Salas, but it's fabulous news for Ferreira, Paludo, Casagrancia, Fittipaldi, Cordeia and Fraga. Now, the question is, will the safety car allow the lapped traffic a lap away to unlap themselves? They do not have to do it. It's in the power of the race director to choose to do so. If they manage to get the time in to do it, that's going to give Wilson and Fassbender a chance to take the victory in the rookie class. But I don't think it's mandatory. They certainly don't have to.
No. I mean, at this late stage, I think basically what race control will be more concentrated on is getting the car that's in the barriers of Souza and Bonifacio out of harm's way, clear the scene, and then get it back to green very, very quickly, because it is, at this rate, we're going to have 9 laps to go. So I think it's probably going to be a 7 or 8 lap sprint until the checkered, which may not give race control enough time to not just focus on clearing up the incident that's just transpired, that's brought out this late safety car, but also for the wave around. And look, the safety car is peeling away. It looks like Guilherme Salas might become the pace car if the lights are out.
So it's going to be an absolute sprint dance to the checkered flag here, with all of our competitors gearing up for an amazing conclusion to what has been the endurance race of the season here at Interlagos. And the safety car is coming in this lap. So Salas, Ferreira, Paludo, Casagrancia and Fittipaldi. Essentially, Guillermo Salas becomes the safety car. And for the last time this season, we are going to race for the checkered flag at the home of Brazilian motorsport for Grand Prix fans. Guillermo Salas hits the throttle straight out of Junção. He's not waiting around. He knows he's going to have big pressure from Matias Ferreira and Miguel Paludo. The dogfight begins as we charge past the bleachers and onto the home straight. And for the last time in Porsche Brasil 2025, it's green, 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 green here at Interlagos. And it's all down to Guillermo Salas to stretch away from Ferreira and Paludo. The next man in the line is Max Wilson, who's going to try and gain back a lap. In 10 laps, he's got a hope for drama. Maybe it can come undone for Bruno Campos, but as we race through, Felipe Fraga has got to take it very carefully here in the race with Enzo Fittipaldi, who's got back in front. Enzo Fittipaldi is charging after I am Cordeia. They're going to go side by side, and Enzo Fittipaldi gets his run on Cordeia with Fraga going with him. They'll both get through. No, they won't. Cordeia battling back. He drifts wide. Fittipaldi keeps his foot in. Fraga's trying to keep his in. Don't get into hot water now, Felipe. You're so close to becoming champion.
He's got to keep it round the outside, and he's going to go for it. Felipe Fraga with an audacious round the outside overtake. Oh, there's a little bit of rubbing between the pair. Fraga still keeps his nose stuck in. He's going to get the inside line for the next corner. Beautiful, majestic move by Felipe Fraga.
Take a bow. That's how to go for a championship title. No holds barred. Now he's got to try and hold it round the outside, because back to the inside line again comes Ayam Cordeia. He's going to try and shut him down, and he does so. But how committed is Felipe Fraga prepared to be to win this championship his way? Magic.
It's all coming down to those millimetres. Oh, and off the road. Oh, that's a big old hairy moment for one of the drivers coming out of submitted as boxers. But, I mean, the way that Felipe Fraga used his savoir-faire to throw it around the outside and gave no quarter. And that's how you battle so hard. You know, they swept the board, Muller and Fraga, in the opening 2 rounds. First at Portimao, then at Estoril. But here at Interlagos, the story is still writing those final chapters.
So Gomez was the one that drifted off the road just out of Jinsao. But this is a wild way for this season to conclude. Absolutely incredible. An amazing battle continuing as Felipe Fraga will have to have another try. Look, they're all dropping it off the road at Interlagos as they try their best to try and work their way back into contention. A big battle kicking on here between Collet and Nunez. Behind Felipe Fraga, watch for Kyle Collet, who's going to be in IndyCar next year, don't forget. Fantastic opportunity as now Ferreira is going after Guillermo Salas one more time. Is there one final crack of the whip for the 18-year-old?
The only thing I'm going to say here, Jake, is keep your eyes on Miguel Paludo, the recently Carrera Cup Brasil crowned champion. He is not that far behind. He's actually slightly dropping off, but about 1 second off of the number 118 car. So Miguel Paludo could also factor in. Don't forget about Gabriel Casagrange, Enzo Fittipaldi, who's going to be Indy next year. Alan Cordayer, Fraga is not that far. I mean, the top 7 covered by less than 4.9 seconds as we have 110 laps in the books, 7 to go, and it could be a lucky 7 laps for one particular crew here at Interlagos.
You have got to feel for Max Wilson and Michael Fassbender. A lap down on the restart, not able to unlap themselves because that's not in the regulations in Porsche Carrera Cup Brasil like it is in other championships around the world. And 10 seconds back from the race lead. 12 seconds back from the race lead now, sorry, is Bruno Campos. So they could have been part of this if they'd have just been able to get onto the lead lap and go for the winning rookie. It looks like it's not going to happen for Wilson and Fassbender, but they are going to come home second in class, which is an amazing performance for Michael Fassbender on his debut in the category. Very good work indeed, but the win is not quite going to be in reach. But we're going back into battle again. Here comes Fittipaldi, Cordayer and Fraga. 3 drivers who have already gone to battle on the first lap of green. And now we're going to get it again. Felipe Fraga will try and attack Ayam Cordayer one more time. And let's not forget, Ayam Cordayer is a man with an amazing curriculum vitae, including being one of the drivers to represent Brazil in the A1 Grand Prix World Cup all the way back in 2004-2005. Another driver who is in that mix, of course, who also represented his nation, Nelson Piquet Jr.
Yes, indeed. I mean, like the amount of great racing we've had here in just what is going to be probably about a 3 hour 50-minute race here for 117 laps. But here is Felipe Fraga. He's trying to get the draft off of Alan Cordayer, who is closing in on Enzo Fittipaldi. Cordayer has got a bit of overspeed here, closing in on the back of the 88, heading down the start-finish straight. 6 tours to go, and there's still more attempts, as on the flashers was Marcos Gomez, and he dives to the inside, as now we've got the 88. Fittipaldi has got a drive-through penalty.
Oh, right. That basically he used the boost incorrectly on the restart. So that is unfortunate. You've only got certain points when you're allowed to use the boost allocated. And unfortunately, Enzo Fittipaldi has overused it at the wrong time. And that means that Fraga and Muller are going to be promoted to 3rd position. And that means the championship will be decided for Marcel Muller and Felipe Fraga. They needed a top 3 in class. They will become the champions. 6 laps to go, and they didn't even need to push it.
No, I think it was just keeping calm heads on cool shoulders here at Interlagos. And still, I mean, everything it's like we started all over again, Jake. We've gone back to green, and these drivers are tired, physically exhausted. Guilherme Salas now has a lead, and it looks to be expanding. He took 4 tenths out of Mateus Ferreira. And Ferreira responded back by a good middle sector. As you can see, they're on the flashes coming through out of turn 14 and submitted as boxers. There's the number 93 car, Max Wilson. You know, here the partnership between him and Michael Fassbender has done a really, really good job. Okay, yes, they're 1 minute 28 and a bit seconds behind Costa and Campos in the 33, who on lap 24 of this race set the overall fastest lap of the race. And another penalty. This time it's the pair of Ferta and Nunes for the incident with car 100.
Yeah, that was the incident between them and Marco Gomez a few laps ago. But they get a 5-second penalty added to their race time because there are no more pit stops to come. Well, you are looking at the car that is about to be crowned champion. They dominated at Portimao, dominated at Estoril. They had a puncture early doors that dropped them down the order. But with calm, precision and composure, Felipe Fraga and Marcel Muller have driven that car back to prominence into third position in category when Fittipaldi and Bozell take their drive-through penalty. That'll be third in class at the end of an amazing season, and they will finally get their just reward after Marcel Muller has lost so many sprint races this year due to punctures while leading. He would have been the champion without that. And another penalty, that's the 16 getting a penalty this time. That is AM Collier. So they get a penalty after their incident with Felipe Fraga.
Oh, well. Let's just say that race control are using their due diligence and discretion. Here comes Miguel Paludo versus Gabriel Casagrange. Casagrange's right in the slipstream. He's right in the wheel tracks of this year's Carrera Cup champion. Where is Casagrange going to put it? It's not going to be to the inside as they go into the center resist. He's going to thread the eye of the needle, but no! Paludo blocks him nice and neatly on the racing line. How's about that? Well done, Miguel Paludo.
Well, you said Casagrange wasn't going to slam dunk it up the inside. It was certainly plan A, wasn't it? Miguel Paludo having to work very hard there to keep the three-time Stock Car Pro Brazil champion behind him. Now he's got to defend again to the inside as Fittipaldi refuses to take his penalty. And AM Codier's got a penalty of his own, but he needs to get on with it. Here comes the move from Codier, squeezing and leaning on the inside of Enzo Fittipaldi, who drifts wide. Codier gets through, but he's got a penalty.
Casagrange's just got through on Paludo, Jake.
He has indeed. He's made it squeeze through. Casagrange, P3. Excellent work from the three-time Stock Car Pro champion. We'll get a replay of that for sure. But Casagrange has got the job done on the new Porsche Carrera Cup Brasil champion.
Oh, the hits, they keep on coming, and we will have 3 laps to go as Guilherme Salles powers out of Junção and now into turns 13 and 14 very shortly through submitted as boxes and into turn 15 at the bleachers Arquibacandas, and he's got 3 laps to go. This could be a welcome way for the Tag Heuer #1 Porsche to make its return around this 4.3 kilometre circuit. So we've got about 13 kilometres of racing still to go, Jake.
And now it's all about being calm at the front. Guilherme Salas captaining his teammate Alcy Feldman into strong position. The penalty has now been applied to Ayam Codier, I believe. So that's going to add to his time as Fittipaldi has obviously dropped back, but he has not come into the pits to serve that drive-through. He's got to be careful because he could end up with a disqualification rather than a drive-through. You can't afford to take the rulebook into your own hands against these guys as we watch the man who is on course to help Marcel Muller become Carrera champion in the endurance category. 2 wins this season so far in Portimao and Estoril. A podium will do to wrap up the title for them after the craziest race they could have asked for. But what a way to bounce back in style. Fraga and Muller, the kings of endurance in 2025, 2.5 laps away from confirming it.
Wow, what a race. And you told me to be prepared for anything and everything. We've had everything, including the kitchen sink thrown at us here on the commentary box. But what a glorious way to cap off the 20th anniversary of the Porsche Carrera Cup Brasil with C6 Bank. And now it's 2 tours to go. Guilherme Salas will bring it up the hill And now we've got 2 tours to go. 8.6 kilometres away from a race winner and also deserving champions.
20 years ago, Porsche Carrera Cup took to the circuit at Interlagos for the very first time in 2005. We had less than a dozen cars on the grid, but there was great potential in this category in Brazil. Look at us now, 20 years later, an incredible season of sprint racing behind us. And in the third weekend of 2025 in the endurance, 41 cars have given us a grandstand showcase with drama from the start, never letting up throughout. And now we're going to see this car, the 544, come through to take the victory in the championship fight. There is the treble one. That's Rubens Barrichello, the great star of Formula One, for Jordan, for Ferrari, for Stewart, for Honda, for Braun, almost becoming champion, of course, in 2009, and for Williams, who this year became the NASCAR Brazil champion, having won this Porsche Endurance Championship title last year with the colleague Werner Luckberger. He will outgo as the champion by finishing P9, and he'll get on the podium in 4th position with his son FIFO and his other son Dudu on the pit wall. That'll be a very emotional moment to see Rubens Barrichello on the podium as the outgoing champion. Look at AO Cordier, he really wants another scalp, and he's going after Miguel Paludo with a lap and a half to go. Penalty? What penalty?
Well, speaking of penalties, Enzo Fittipaldi has served this drive-through penalty. 25 seconds down in pit lane. And now it's going to be last lap here for the 500 kilometres of Interlagos. Guilherme Salas will bring us onto the 117th and final lap of the race.
The sun sets on the Porsche Carrera Cup Brazil season here at the birthplace of the championship and the capital city of motorsport in Brazil, Sao Paulo, on this fabled race course, the Autódromo José Carlos Pache, the home of Formula One in Brazil since 1990. And the battle has raged throughout, but it's still not done behind us as Paludo is trying to shake off Cordeyer and Felipe Fraga to complete the job in 4th position. We're going to see a quick replay. This is a nice little tussle further back in the pack that ended up quite messy. Oh dear, a lot of paint traded.
Yeah, João Gonçalves, I think, Gonçalves in the middle of all of that, and the repaired 999 that had that big off at Descida do Lago yesterday in time qualifying. But what a way for the Tag Heuer #1 car. Alceu Feldman and Guilherme Salas have made it through all and sundry to go through into Bico de Pato for the final time. Jake, take us to the flag, buddy.
Yeah, it was Ricardo Mauricio that was battling with João Gonçalves. He never really got to live up to the promise. But out of the final couple of corners, out of Junção, the car that didn't race in Portimao, didn't race in Estoril, they got it back out of the box for this one. Alceu Feldman has been winless over the course of this 2025 season. And now as out of the final turn comes Guilherme Salas. It'll be the elder statesman of the sport. Along with Guilherme Salas, they will take victory. A sport victory and an overall victory in the season finale in the Porsche Carrera Cup Brazil Endurance. Second is Ferreira with Camperato. They take the victory in the Carrera Cup category in second overall. But the new champions are confirmed. Marcel Müller and Felipe Fraga. The misery of the Porsche Carrera Cup for Marcel Müller is now ancient history. He is the champion, along with Felipe Fraga, for 2025. He may not be the Carrera Cup champion, but he is the Porsche Endurance Brazil champion. What a fantastic season for Marcel Müller and Felipe Fraga. Never off the podium, never off the top 3, and never in doubt.
That's the thing, the never give up attitude of the Fabian Patras number 544, 544. Muito parabéns to these drivers. They have earned it. They've been through the ringer and they've come up smelling of Brazilian roses here, Jake.
And they will celebrate with the fans in the stands, as too will Guilherme Salas. Vencedore, the winners of this fantastic race. Absolutely amazing. There's a post-race penalty, sadly, for the treble 9. That is João Gonçalves for that incident with Ricardo Mauricio. 5 seconds added to the time. It makes no difference whatsoever to the podium proceedings. But it does, of course, add 5 seconds to his time. He is lucky to get away with second in the rookie category there. because even though he gets a 5-second penalty, he was 8 seconds clear of Vitor Gens. Great performance in the 29 car from Caio Collet. We wish him luck for Indy NXT next year. He finishes 3rd in the sport category alongside Rodrigo Melo. Great to see him compete in his last race of the 2025 season. But the team have got bananas in the pit lane. We can hear it in our earphones as Marcel Muller and Felipe Fraga's team celebrate in style. There's Rubens Barrichello. He finishes 4th in the Carrera category. He hands over the accolade of Porsche Endurance Championship title to Marcel Muller and Felipe Fraga. He relinquishes the crown that he won with Werner Lupberger 12 months ago, but he does so on the podium with his son, FIFA Barrichello, after the misery of their race earlier on. To work their way back to 7th place, Rubens Barrichello is never going to fade, is he?
53 years young and still with a spring in his step. I mean, when you think about it, the Barrichello family really have etched themselves into the heart of the Brazilian fans, and to have them as part of what has been a stellar 41 car grid. But Jake, we've had every single thing thrown at us, including the Brazilian kitchen sink directly from from this part of the world. But I mean, you can't have scripted this. If someone said, we're going to write a Hollywood movie about the 500 kilometers of Interlagos 2025, I think any good person would have just ripped that up and thrown them straight back at them and saying, no, we're going to let the story write itself. And that's exactly what happened today.
That's less believable than the F1 movie plot.
True.
That's exactly what happened. A fabulous, fabulous race battle. And now our Porsche Carrera Cup Brasil drivers and paddock staff can celebrate. It's a victory in the final reckoning for Guillermo Salas and Alci Feldman in sport, ahead of Gabriel Casagrancha and Alci Feldman-Nito. Caio Collet and Rodrigo Melo will be 3rd in that class. Beto Gressa and Lino Perez will be 4th. And Ayam Cordier and Marcelo Hahn will be 5th. They still make the podium despite the penalty. In the Carrera Cup category, well, it's going to be Guillermo Salas 1st, Matias Ferreira and Camparato 2nd, Casagrancha and Feldman-Nito 3rd, Paludo and Hellmeister 4th, Felipe Fraga and Marcel Muller, the new champions, 5th position. That's enough to be the kings of this season. And in the rookie category, it'll be Bruno Campos and Nicolas Costa, the race winners, ahead of Max Wilson and Michael Fassbender. 2nd on the Hollywood actor's debut, the man who is a key star in the X-Men and Alien sagas, along with playing the illustrious role of Steve Jobs in the movie of the same name. Racing driver since the late 2010s, started in the Ferrari Challenge, got behind the wheel of a Porsche in 2020 and has never looked back, even competing in last year's, the 2022 and 2023 running, I should say, of the Le Mans 24 Hours. 2nd year in rookie alongside Max Wilson. 3rd on the podium in that category for Pisani and Guerrera. Santos and Horoma, what a fight back from them. They'll be on the podium in 4th place. And in 5th position will be Champal, Roque and Guedes. In the challenge category, the victory goes to Sadak Leiter and Fabio Carboni, ahead of Daniel Newman and Gustavo Bandera. And then it will be Castro and Durrani 3rd, Moronito and Ioro in 4th, and Reina and Gonçalves in 5th. That's amazing after the accident that João Gonçalves had in qualifying yesterday to get on the podium today. In the sports category, well, Newman and Bandera will take the win in both sport and rookie, ahead of Moronito and Yorio, Reina and Gonçalves, Brocky and Gens, and Ruiz Jr. And then in the rookie category, it'll be those 4 men again on the rookie podium. Newman and Bandera, Reina and Gonçalves, Brocky and Gens, and Ruiz Jr. What an astonishing battle it has been. Absolutely splendiferous. An amazing race battle. And what an absolutely barnstorming race it has been. So many highlights to talk about here. But Alex, the right men won in the end overall, and the right men won the championship. A fabulous race battle all the way.
You know, one of the other things, Jake, is after all this commentating for the last nearly 4 hours, we haven't lost our voices, which is another win for us.
Yeah, tell me about it. Here is the result then. Feldman and Salas taking the win from Camparato and Ferreira. Alci Feldman-Nito and Casagrancha third overall. What a drive from the young 17-year-old in third. Paludan and Hellmeister fourth. The new champions, Muller and Fraga, fifth overall. Mello and Collet, and then Barrichello, father and son, Pires and Gressa, Marcello Hahn and I am Cordier, and Seba Malucelli, the lawyer, in 10th position, along with Gomez. 11th place for Hahn and Batista. That's a great comeback for them in 11th overall. Horta and Frere, Salas and Suzuki, Campos and Costa, Ferter and Nunez, from Bozen and Fittipaldi, Michael Fassbender and Max Wilson, second in rookie. Very impressive. More Elias and Rosario, Pisani and Guerra on the podium as well in the rookie category, and the leader of the Challenge Brigade, Sadak Leiter and Fabio Carbone. 21st position for Edu Santos and Gabriel Horba. A fabulous fight back from them. Newman and Bandera next up, the winners in both sport and rookie in the Challenge Brigade. Castro and Durrani next up. And then it is Jose Morenito in front of, alongside Yorio, I should say. And then Champao, Roque and Guedes. The final podium places in Challenge will be taken by Reina and Gonçalves, Brocchi and Gens, and Ruiz and Ruiz Jr. Twice over, of course, because they'll be able to come through on both the sport and rookie podiums. And then the men who didn't quite come away with silverware this time, Garczynski and Mauricio, Cifali Bragatini Jr. and Aguar, Monostoni and Giassi, who were leading in rookie for so long. Campos and Vivacqua, very unlucky indeed from them. And then, of course, Pontes and Reyes, Herman and Batista, Zimkovic, Piquet Jr. and Regadas, Souza and Bonifacio. The last car to take the finish line, Cecilio De Bello and Pietro Rombardo. That could have had so much more from this race. Sanchez, Martins and Trevisan, Josimar Jr. and Sergio Romeo retiring with their crash. And then Maurizio Billy, Marco Billy and Gaetano De Moro. But how about that? Father and son end the season on the podium. Alcy Feldman is the winner overall. Alcy Feldman Nito, third overall and second in class. But the party has just begun at the number 544 crew for Marcel Muller and Felipe Fraga, champions of 2025. That more than makes up for the loss of the Porsche Carrera Cup for Marcel Muller, who is hoisted in the garage by his mechanics. He started the year feeling like a zero. He ends the year as the endurance hero.
And great to see the embrace between him and Felipe Fraga after a dynamite pairing all season long. The celebrations, I'm sure, Jake, will be at the Farben Patras crew all the way through the night here at Interlagos. And when you have a crack squad of these two drivers here, you put them together, you get two worthy winners and effectively the 2025 Porsche Endurance Challenge Brazil champions after a mammoth run. But it could have all gone a different way.
Yeah, there were so many battles that ended up basically dictating how this race ended up, didn't it? Because we had so many race leaders over the course of the race. We had Christian Hahn and Felipe Batista leading at one point. They got a puncture from the lead. We had a puncture, of course, as well for Marcel Muller and Felipe Fraga when they were in second place. We had all sorts of dramas befalling so many cars in this one. So many problems for so many competitors when it all went astray. Even Feldman and Salas had problems. Camperato and Ferreira had their fair share, as did Paludan and Hellmeister. So the way that this race has played out, absolutely fantastic. It's hard to pick a crew of the race, but I'm going to go out and say it. I'm going to go on a limb and say it. Under the circumstances, with all the pressure that was on them, I'm going to give it to the 118 crew. Camperato and Ferreira, the youngest team in the race, second overall. And for a rookie driver to be battling for the championship in the final race of the season, that's admirable.
You know what? I'm going to have to go with you on that. But I think notable performances, Alceo Feldman, Neto and Gabriel Casagrange giving Guilherme Salas and Father Dearest, Alceo Feldman Senior, where we saw that move and it was father and son side by side. And that's a picture that really captures it as we're getting underway with our podium celebrations here, Jake, at Interlagos.
Yes, indeed. A fabulous end to the season then in the Porsche Endurance Challenge Brazil. This will be the first of 6 podium ceremonies. This is the overall podium. Feldman and Salas are on the top step with Camperato and Ferreira, the 18-year-olds, beside them. Third position for Alcy Feldman Nito, the Brazilian Lightning McQueen. partnering up with Gabriel Casagrande. And the 4th and 5th place podiums, hopefully we'll see Paludo and Hellmeister, along with the new champions, Marcel Müller and Felipe Fraga. What a way to end this fantastic race season.
One of the beautiful things is as the sun continues to lower here at 6 p.m. Local time here at Interlagos, it is, the sun sets on what's been a fantastic 20th anniversary for the championship. And all credit to the team behind the scenes at Porsche Carrera Cup, Sprint Challenge, Sprint Trophy, and Endurance Challenge Brasil. The team that work so hard and that have been part of this championship for the 20 years, it just goes to show that this series is going to flourish even more in the next 2 decades to come.
So all 5 crews now make their way to the rostrum. It's taken a bit of time for Marcel Müller and Felipe Fraga to make it there. Who can blame them? The party starts here for Fraga and Müller after a busy season. And for the great hero that is the 33-year-old Marcel Müller, Carrera Cup champion last year, former MXGP rider, of course, back in the day, but now a Porsche Carrera Cup endurance champion. They lift the 5th place trophies. Felipe Fraga and Marcel Müller, that's deserved. 4th place for Paludo and Hellmeister. Good effort from them today. Well done to Alcifel Benito and Gabriel Casagrande. The 17-year-old in particular, Alcifel Benito, coming of age. Listen to the cheers for the local star, Camperato. 18 years of age alongside his fellow teenager, Matias Ferreira. The team of the day for me. But Feldman and Salas more than deserve the victory on the top step of the podium. As our boys from Brazil celebrate here in Interlagos, the last endurance challenge race of the season. And in the time-honored tradition, they get busy with a fizzy. Wonderful, joyous scenes here at Interlagos as Guillermo Salas and Alcy Feldman only needed 1 race in this endurance campaign to prove they were the kings of Interlagos. Wonderful. So now we will move across to the second podium. That's the overall podium taken care of. Now we'll go for a second podium, and it's going to be even more emotional for Alcy Feldman and his son, because they won't be 1 and 3, they'll be 1 and 2. The sport podium will see Alcy Feldman and Guillermo Salas on the top step of the podium. Then Feldman, Nito and Casagrande. Rodrigo Melo and Caio Collet picking up his last bit of silverware before he becomes an Indy NXT driver. 4th place for Lino Perez and Beto Cressa. And somehow, Ayam Corriere and Marcelo Hahn come up with the goods for a final trophy of the season. But what a performance from the Tag Heuer crew. They had so much pressure today, Alex. So many moments where it could have slipped through their fingers. But both Alcu and Guillermo were able to make it work to their favour.
I think it's all about, as I said earlier on at the top of the show, Jake, it was all about measuring that strategy. And, we thought that they were going to hit trouble. You mentioned about the right rear tyre. I mean, it held on. And that just goes to show the robustness as now we see the drivers now make their way to the podium. But it is going to be a very, very emotional one for father and son. Because, when you get, the previous, 2 generations on the podium, that is just a wonderful thing to see.
Well, before we get the continuation of the individual classes, we're now going to get the overall challenge podium. So the overall challenge podium comes up first, and that's going to be Sadok Leiter and Fabio Carboni on the top step of the podium. Very deserving indeed for them. Sadok Leiter and Fabio Carboni have had no luck at all this season, so it's wonderful to end the season the right way for them. 5th position then in the category. A fabulous performance from Brockie and Gens. 4th place for Reina and Gonçalves. They can be very happy indeed with that performance. Joao Gonçalves getting a podium after the misery of yesterday. That's an amazing comeback. Castro and Durrani getting the job done there in fine style as well. It's Nito and Yorio who come 4th, and it's Reina and Gonçalves in 5th place. Newman and Bandera, best of the rest in sport and rookie. But the winners, Sadok Leiter and Fabio Carboni. So the challenge podium made up then of Reina and Gonçalves in the treble 9, Moronito and Yorio in the 45, Castro and Durrani in the 22, Newman and Bandera in the 21, and on the top step, it's Saraclita and Fabio Carboni. A fabulous display of great racing in the challenge competition. It may be significantly smaller in numbers than the Carrera Cup, but the 991.2s gave us so much drama and banter right from the first lap. When we saw the collision between Leonardo Herman and Cecilio De Bello, we knew that this was going to be a furious race battle. It could have been Cecilio De Bello on the top step of the podium today, don't forget. All sorts of drama unfolded, but it's Leiter and Carboni that get the job done. There's Castro and Durrani, who finished strong as the second best car in challenge and third overall. It was mighty difficult to predict all the way through, Alex, how it was going to play out in challenge. So many lost moments and dropped opportunities. It was always going to be tough.
It always was. I mean, the thing is when you have a 500-kilometer race here at the home of Brazilian motorsport here at Interlagos, where this championship took its first foray in as a recognized series under the Porsche Motorsport umbrella. You know, now here, 20 years on, it was so difficult because there were so many twists, there were so many turns, and that was forgetting the fact of they were racing around a 15-turn anti-clockwise circuit here in Interlagos. So you couldn't have predicted it. I mean, the story wrote itself for a change.
Well, anything goes on a Porsche Brazil podium, and it looks like we've got the youngest member of the number 16 crew joining Marcelo Hard and AM Cordier on the rostrum. That's lovely. 5th position for them. They can enjoy the moment. I don't want to be on the podium. Yes, you do.
No, she knows what happens after everyone's raised the trophies. That's what she's already seen.
Yeah, she's a smart cookie. She knows. Pires and Gressa, 4th position. A great run from them. Rodrigo Melo and Caio Collet. The next big thing in Indy NXT for Brazil. But Alci Feldmanito and Gabriel Casagrancha, the 3-time Stock Car Pro Champion and the Lightning McQueen of Brazil, P2. But for Alci Feldman and Guilherme Salas, it's a win overall and a win in Porsche Carrera Sport. What a fantastic way to end the season for the car that hadn't turned a wheel in anger in endurance this year. A fabulous end to the season for Guilherme Salas and Alci Feldman. Winners again. And what a way to go into the off-season. 1-2 for the family Feldman.
Yeah. And there we go. Dad gets a shower from the sun. Yeah, I was waiting for him to stick it down the back of his Tag Heuer race overalls, but I don't think he wants to chance that. There we go, Dad. A little bit more water for you.
You're not too old for a dunking, mate.
Never too old. Never too old.
Oh, wonderful scenes here at Interlagos. As far as I'm aware, the next podium is going to be the rookie category of Carrera. But it's wonderful to see, after a very difficult season for both Alci Feldman and Alci Feldman Nito in their individual categories, they've had a lot of opportunities snatched away from them over this season. It's nice to see them end strong in 2025 here at Interlagos in the 20th anniversary weekend conclusion. The 500 kilometers of Interlagos were always going to be hard fought. A race that had everything. It had safety cars, it had intrigue, it had pit stop chaos, it even had a sprinkling of rain. But what it definitely didn't have was disappointment. An amazing run all the way through. And now we get to celebrate with our Carrera Cup rookies. What an end to the season it's been for them. And you're going to see some really cool personnel make their way onto the podium, including a Hollywood A-lister. There he is, Michael Fassbender, making his way to the podium with Max Wilson on the second tier. A brilliant way to end his season.
I'm sure that Felipe Laz is going to be probably blowing up his phone by WhatsApp right about now.
Well, he's done everything there is to do. He's been Magneto, he's diced with aliens, he's been Steve Jobs, and now he's been on the podium at Interlagos. He is an absolutely massive Ayrton Senna fan, by the way. So this will be special for Michael Fassbender. But on the top step of the rookie podium, you can't take it away from Bruno Campos and Nicolas Costa. P5 for Champao, Roque and Guedes. 4th for Eric Santos and Gabriel Horber. What a fight back from them after a tough weekend at the office. Pisani and Guerra, the leopard print Porsche, third position this time out. This is going to be very popular. Max Wilson and Michael Fassbender, second in the rookie category. I wonder if we'll see Fassbender again in 2026. We'll certainly see these two back for more. Bruno Campos and Nicolas Costa, the fastest lap of the race, by the way, from Nicolas Costa on lap 24. From Bruno Campos on lap 24. And a great way to end the season. Fabulous end to the rookie category in 2025. And now Michael Fassbender knows what it's like.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing was he got a faceful courtesy of teammate Max Wilson, but I know Eric Santos will class this as a moment to remember. I've known Eric since the beginning of Porsche Sports Cup Suisse earlier on this year, and it's so welcome to see a good friend of mine that loves driving his Porsches, loves being part of this championship, and he clinks bottles with Michael Fassbender as well, so well done, Eric.
It's not every day that you get to share a podium with a Hollywood A-lister. So all of the drivers up there will remember this one for quite a long time. Fassbender just feeling like part of the clan. It's special for everyone. Racing drivers are racing drivers through and through. And now Michael Fassbender really has joined an incredible bunch of A-listers. Podium in a Porsche Carrera Cup race, and deservedly so too. And so to the final two podium ceremonies of this competition, as we will now move on to the sport podium in the challenge category. The 5 teams that make it there, thoroughly deserving of it. 5th position will be Ruiz Senior and Junior. Carlos Ruiz and Carlos Ruiz Jr. in the 55 car. They will make their way to P5 on the rostrum. 4th place will be Brocky and Vitor Gens, despite their penalty. Reina and Gonçalves just hang on to 3rd position. 2nd place will be Moronito and Matias Iorio. They make their way back to the rostrum. And I believe that is the flag of the state that Matias Iorio hails from. Fabulous situation there for the contenders. And on the top step of the podium, and it will be the 2nd podium on top step for them in a row. Newman and Bandera, not just the rookie winners, but also the sport winners too. So Ruiz and Ruiz Jr. lift the P5 trophies, the 4th place trophies for the very popular Brocky and Gens. 3rd place for Reina and Gonçalves. That's amazing for Joao Gonçalves under the circumstances. That car was in bits yesterday after quali. What a fight back. 2nd place for Moronito and Iorio. And the top step of the podium in sport for the rookie winners as well. Newman and Bandera. That's absolutely amazing to see Joao Gonçalves along with his teammate on the podium. Claudio Reina and Joao Gonçalves probably thought their race was already over this morning. To come through for 3rd place, that's one heck of a drive.
Especially when they started on the penultimate position on the grid. They started 40th, Jake, and to finish 14 places up by the end of the race, that's no small feat.
Yeah, they really worked hard to get themselves into that position. 4 of these 5 crews, of course, need to just walk away to the side and stay where they are because they're coming straight back to the podium for the rookie podium. Silverware galore at the end of what's been a truly sensational Porsche Carrera Cup Brazil, Porsche Sprint Challenge Brazil, and Porsche Endurance Challenge Brazil season. It's been mighty all the way, and every single race has been worth every second of it. Of course, the Porsche Sprint Trophy drivers have also had a great race of it. Their season ended earlier this morning, and Portuguese speakers will know just how exciting their championship has been. Sadly, we don't cover their championship in English yet. There's hope for the future yet, I'm sure. But what a great end to the season. We've had a worthy champion in Marcel Muller and Felipe Fraga in endurance. And let's not forget the achievements of Miguel Paludo, another Carrera Cup champion, Alex, and a very deserving one too.
Yeah, I mean, roll on 2026, where we start the beginning of a new, the 3rd decade of the C6 Bank Porsche Carrera Cup Brazil. It's going to be an interesting one because, you know, it's still going to have that passion, that colour, that joie de vivre, and that Brazilian swagger all at the same time here in the Porsche Motorsport family. They're a welcome addition to the to the 35 combined Carrera Cup and Sport Cups that populate this wonderful one make series as once again our top four in this celebrate with raising the trophies high, and it's going to be everyone for the customary photos with members of the media here, and then it's going to be the last time for the spraying of the customary champagne and time to douse each other and maybe have a swig or two if you want, because they're going to be celebrating here later on tonight.
A massive thanks to everybody behind the scenes for our coverage of this 2025 season. It's been a long time since the season opener in Velocita, but guess what? Motorsport never sleeps. As soon as the checkered flag fell here at the 500 kilometers of Interlagos, the 2026 season began immediately as all of the drivers and all of the competitors are already gearing up to see what they can do in 2026. Felipe Fraga and Marcel Muller are the endurance champions. Miguel Paludo is the Carrera Cup champion. And the Sprint Challenge is obviously going to be just as exciting next year again, as we will see more great action. But don't fret, guys. You won't have to wait too long. The 2026 season is right around the bend. 20 years of Porsche racing in Brazil, in Carrera Cup, Sprint Challenge and Endurance Challenge have definitely been worth watching all the way. And into year 21 we will go with more great racing on the rise. Massive thank you to everyone for watching through the course of this season. It's been a true honor and privilege to talk you through this campaign. A massive thanks to Alex Goldschmidt for joining me this weekend, and a massive thanks to Nicholas Otterloo, our producer through the season. We can't wait to do it all again in 2026. The heroes are crowned, but next year it'll begin all over again. From all of us here, goodbye for now.